Yeah. Great, fantastic. So we'll go ahead and get this meeting started, everybody. Special city council meeting. Late in the fiscal year, we're getting closer, huh? So I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Mary?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'll call the roll now. Councilmember Fan,
Present.
Councilmember Montano,
Here.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Here.
Vice Mayor Nunez,
I'm here.
and Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you so much, Mary. Appreciate it. And we will head to our closed session. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the council and the public, the council will be considering one item in closed session, conference with labor negotiators regarding Milpitas Employees Association. Thank you.
So we'll hang tight here as folks log off. Is that correct?
So we're doing this a little different, Mayor. It sounds like we're going to jump on another Zoom for the closed session, which I sent to you all this morning.
I thought I seen your email.
I can send it again, and then we'll come back to this Zoom.
Is it the one from this morning?
Correct.
The same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So just click on that one. That'll get you guys to the closed session, and then we'll come back to this one after
Okay.
closed session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you check me?
No, I'm on. Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
can I help you?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to help our executive director here with Project Sentinel, and she just wanted to make sure she was in the right place for tonight's meeting.
And what's her name?
Anne Marquardt.
Yes. She
Okay.
is.
So we'll just continue to wait.
Yes, I
Okay,
sent a
great.
chat to everybody that the city council is at their closed session.
I
So
see.
everyone is muted.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
The council meeting is not public yet. It's in closed
Okay,
session.
I'll let her know. Thank you so much.
Okay, will you be staying though?
No, I will not.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Four, too. And then
Hello? Am I in the right meeting?
Yes, Councilmember.
Oh, okay, good. And we're starting at what time?
I think 6:15.
Oh, okay. Okay, in a couple minutes.
So we'll just wait for our city manager, city attorney, and council in full here to show virtually, and we'll begin tonight's the continuation of tonight's meeting. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for tuning in, Milpitas, across our city website, our Facebook, and the YouTube channel. Thanks for tuning in to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. What a great way to engage with your local government from the comfort of wherever you are, hopefully in Milpitas, in the comfort of your home. We are happy to have a special meeting tonight so that we can continue to do great things for our community. We just came out of closed session, And so I'll look to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the public that the council did direction to staff, but there was nothing to report out of closed session this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Looking at the agenda tonight, we are going to proceed next with our Pledge of Allegiance, and then we will have announcements and announcements of future agenda items that will be conducted here tonight. I know the line is missing on the agenda, but that's our standard protocol. Okay, so please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. All right, and next is announcements. Are there any announcements from city staff?
Yes, Mayor, I do have a brief under announcements, a brief topic I wanted to check in with the council on. It was my understanding at the June 16th council meeting, which was our last meeting, there was a request by Councilmember Dominguez to address the state's eviction moratorium, which is in place through July 28th. The request was to bring an emergency discussion forward to the next city council meeting and the last city council meeting this month for council consideration. The council was polled to have the request discussed on the last meeting in June before the council recess, or just one meeting, which would be next week's meeting. I spoke to Councilmember Dominguez about that request as it relates to the council policy for agenda items, for requests to start with a discussion, and if so directed, then it would be scheduled for council consideration at a later meeting. I just wanted to check in and clarify with the council. Are you expecting preparation of an eviction moratorium emergency ordinance for consideration on June 30th?
And to our city manager's question, it might be easiest if we just go down the line just to get clarity on what the council understanding was. But the question I think the city manager is posing is, maybe it's a yes or no question, and I'll pose it this way. Do you expect an ordinance to be in your agenda packet for next Tuesday on this item? Or did you just envision a discussion? I think if you envisioned an ordinance, indicate yes, and we'll go down the line. If not, indicate no. Councilmember Fan?
I was anticipating just a discussion and any legal updates, if there are any, as to what the state and the county is doing in relevance to this.
Councilmember Montano? I think you're muted, Councilmember Montano.
There we go. Okay, so wasn't there some type of legal language that we couldn't do that because of the landlord's constitutional rights?
I'll ask remarks to be brief, do the Brown Act, and just kind of make the decision finally.
No, thank you, Mayor. I don't want the council to get into substantive discussion of the item tonight. There would be advice that I would give to you, obviously, if this comes forward. So again, we just want clarity on whether it's an ordinance or a discussion.
I'll do a discussion, but not an ordinance, because I gotta know more about it. So.
And Councilmember Dominguez?
I would want an ordinance because it expires on the 28th, so it makes no sense to have a discussion if it can't be implemented.
And Vice Mayor Nunez?
So could I ask the city manager to state again what, I just need to hear him repeat again what he said originally.
Sure. What I had said was what we heard last week was Councilmember Dominguez did put forward a request to address the state's eviction moratorium, which is in place through July 28th. The request that she made was to bring an emergency discussion forward for the next city council meeting, which would have been tonight. And then she mentioned the last city council meeting, and that would be apparent that would be, if the council had discussed it and agreed, would move it forward to the following meeting. However, after that statement, then there was a request to put it on the last meeting, the 30th, thereby only having one meeting. So the council was polled for that request for discussion for the last meeting. But clearly there was, as council member just mentioned, that the expiration is on the 28th, and you do indeed recess so that you wouldn't have meetings on the 28th. It did indeed expire on the 28th. And we don't know if that would expire or not, but that is what's in place today. So I was just asking for, based on the council's policy for placing things on the agenda, that you ask for discussion first, and then you discuss an item, and then request staff to put it on an agenda at a future date. Does that help?
Well, thank you for restating. I appreciate that.
Okay.
So I think that on this item, I voted no.
Correct.
Okay. And the reason you tell me when to shut up, when to be quiet. I apologize. Tell me when to be quiet.
That will never happen from your city manager.
Well, you know,
the city attorney, yes.
Okay. And the only reason I voted no is because I believe that our rent relief program is not tied to the COVID. It's not tied to the county and or the state.
Vice Mayor, now's probably the time to pause the comment and hold them for the discussion.
Okay. Then so the answer is no, but no, but I do think there's a spot later on in the agenda we get to talk about it. That's the reason I still vote no, because there is an item further down. I think we have that opportunity.
Bring it up and I can weigh in at that time.
Okay.
And then Mayor Tran.
And no.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. City Manager, any further announcements?
No, thank
Sorry,
you very much
Chris.
for that clarification.
I was going to say, could we just go down? I'm still confused. Could we just say yes, no? Chris, do you mind just doing roll call?
Yeah, I could do it again. So just to confirm where we've landed, the yes would be for a discussion. Is that okay, Councilmember Dominguez? So yes for discussion.
Didn't we already, why are we doing it again? I thought we just did that.
I didn't hear yes or no, so I would just want
we have it on the record, so.
Yeah. So could we go down the line then, Mayor, if there's not a problem, just to have it on the record?
You just did that. Why would we have to do it again? It doesn't make sense.
Because you didn't say yes or no, you actually explained it. And so the rule is to say yes or no.
I did say one of the two, actually.
But others didn't.
Is there
others
city
didn't.
clerk? Let's see. We have it. Or does our city clerk have it on record?
I can repeat what I noted from each person if you wish.
Yes,
Please.
no, we just want a yes or no.
Correct. Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Montano said they would like discussion. Councilmember Dominguez would like an ordinance. Vice Mayor Nunez said no. Mayor Tran said no.
So I'm going to change mine to a no.
Thank you.
So there you go.
Councilmember Montano did say no originally.
Yeah, she said no.
No, that's fine. I just want it for the record. Thank you so much. It's just a little, just so it's not confusing. I appreciate all of your guys.
And Anthony said no as well, or did he say yes?
It is no to the ordinance, yes to a discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
so I just want to make sure our city manager knows what we're doing, what we're coming back with next Tuesday.
I can state affirmatively that this item, based on this clarification, is not being brought forward to the 30th, based on this discussion right now. I understand there might be some discussion later in the meeting, so we'll wait to see that, hear that.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. Yes, Vice Mayor, did you?
Yeah, so if I may, there's oftentimes, city attorney, that I find we take positions during this time that it's hard for me to figure out also what it is we're trying to say yes to and no to. So could we ask, tell me who we should ask to make it clear so we don't have to come back a second time and have this discussion. I think the council member was probably correct in trying to make sure she understood. City manager was probably correct in trying to get an understanding, but I would hope that before we leave, anytime we put something up, we should all understand what it is we're asking. I had one 2 meetings ago that I thought I clearly understood what we were going to do, didn't. So just so we don't revisit these, if maybe we could find some way to make sure we understand what we're asking of ourselves, and either it be read into the record then, or whatever process the city manager or you think is appropriate. That's all I ask. Thank you.
I guess my question would be, if you don't understand why you're voting for it, then why are you voting yes or no? That would just be a question.
Yeah.
So I understand what you're saying, but I think this is the time where we just have to really clarify the question. And so I believe my question was simple, is, do you want to extend it an extra 30 days? So
So I agree with that, but it did come back. So obviously the city manager, since he brought it back, didn't understand the direction. I'm just saying that there's been other times I've seen that. So whatever process we need to put in place so that there's understanding, we visit things just one time, I would appreciate is all.
I agree with that. And then Vice Mayor, could I kindly ask if we could maybe do a written process for also including when we enact the emergency, because that also allows us to bypass certain things. So I think you're right on the dot. I think if we need to move to a written format of, this is how it goes, because I do believe that there is a lot of confusion that sometimes happens because we don't have that to follow up with. So if I could kindly add that to the recommendation.
I'm fine with that, city manager, whatever you want to bring back to us, just so it's easier for us. It's if there's not a particular item at all, it's just the process that we all know what it is. Thank you.
I'm going, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know what you just said as far as what you're asking of staff. If you're asking for a written policy for emergency items of how those would move forward, or if that was related to what I just heard is a connection to the original request for a eviction moratorium by the city.
Mine is more general, just mine's a request that anything that comes up so that you're clear on what direction is, since you brought the question up.
Yes. So I think clearly at the last meeting, when it went from 2 meetings to 1, at that point it became unclear how the process would work, because the policy is to have a discussion and then decide if you want to go forward, and we couldn't do that at the meeting. It was a little tricky, but Councilmember Dominguez did have the 2 dates, but when it switched to 1, then it became less clear. So I think at that point, I or any of the council members could flag that. I think Councilmember Dominguez and I actually talked about that. I think she's spot on that at that point, one of us should have said something. I think we were all a little lost and wanted to keep the meeting moving along, but we should probably pause. So I think if everybody respects that we would pause when there's not clarity on something, that it's fine to hold the meeting and get that clear. Thank you.
And if that's a process, that's fine. I think we just need to know that.
I think that's it.
Yeah, and I think, Vice Mayor, please, what I'm understanding from your request is something as simple, Steve, I appreciate you bringing this up, because it's not the first time we've had this. Like something as simple that says how to pass a policy. This is what it is. If it's an emergency, this is what it is. Just if somebody, the average Joe, didn't know how government worked, and we could just tell them. I mean, the state assembly has a nice little diagram that says this is how a policy is passed. I think that would be great if the city had that. as we become more members of our community become engaged with this process. And I think it would help, honestly, as one of the newest council members, still claiming it to this council. We do things different here, so it would just be nice to know what are the steps for that, because I kind of feel the rules change a lot and it's really hard to keep up once in a while. So that's just my kind request. Thank you.
We leave it in your hands, City Manager. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Steve. You know, it takes at least 3 to tango and to move a policy forward. And it certainly, situations like these when there isn't enough majority support to move a policy forward. So we appreciate your management here. I do want to continue, Steve. Do you have any further announcements?
I do not. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. Fantastic. And we will go to our city council on the dais, as well as the vice mayor. Are there any announcements?
Yes, if I.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Vice Mayor. I could go up.
Okay.
Virtual hands, please. Yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, so just real quickly, I had the pleasure of sitting in for a short time on the Arts Commission last night. I was invited by John Agg, the chair, and got to see the rendition. I'm not an artist, so I may be using the wrong words, of the bridge. Rendering. Thank you, sir. Told you I did know the right words. And if you've not seen what's going up, I think it starts July 10th. It is the description and just the viewing of that. I can't describe it to you because I won't do it justice, but you want to go look at that right after the July the 10th. It is going to be, I think, one of the pieces of art that we're going to be proud of here in Milpitas. But more importantly, one of the things they told us is that there is money still available to add additional art that if we apply for it, we can receive it, and to do more artwork near the base, I think, Steve, where you come down on the Great Mall side. So I want to thank Tegan and John for inviting me to that meeting. John's the one that invited me just to listen and to watch. I think we are going to have a piece of art that is going to be almost like that bridge with lights in San Francisco that persons will come just to look at. And so I just wanted to say that because I'm usually not the one that talks at all about art. So with that, those that came up with that idea, congratulations. And I hope we do more that makes that a real central piece, that BART station. And I don't care what the San Francisco Chronicle said, there is going to be a bridge. Thank you.
Okay, great. I see a virtual hand. I want to ask our city manager if you could lower your virtual hand. Yep, the rules apply to everybody. And next up here we have with the virtual hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. During this announcements, I don't know if it's quite it's a request. I don't think it's a policy request, but I just wanted to kindly ask, I really miss our residents and I really miss their voices. Mary, you're doing an exceptional job, says Bob. But I really miss hearing the community, and I miss our daily folks who are with us all the time. And I don't know if there's a way because it looks like we're going to be doing COVID-19 style for a while. So it would just be nice if we could maybe figure out a way where we could do raised hands for the public. That way we could go ahead and hear their voices. I know the county does voices only. I know other cities do the raise of the hand thing. But if we could maybe explore that, I would kindly request that. I don't know if that's supposed to go through a vote, but I definitely wanted to bring it up during this forum. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez, and our IT and security can also, I think, support that request so that we can ensure we have safety here on the World Wide Web. I know before we did the voicemails one time, that'd be pretty neat. Get the voicemails back. That would help out our city clerk as well. And so, yeah, just some ideas. I think council member has a great point that we will be really for the rest of this calendar year conducting our meetings in this format. So fantastic. I don't see any further virtual hands. I want to ask the council member Dominguez to lower the virtual hand. Okay, thank you. Okay, great. Back to the agenda. Next up is announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight we'll just be doing the question on conflicts of interest, but I did want to ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start at the end with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Montano. I see her saying none. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none. Because I am seeing contracts on the agenda, I'll ask the campaign contribution question as well, even though it's not on our agenda, but ask the mayor and the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any party entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda, or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda, which we have none, but we'll start at the end. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Montano.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Next up here on the agenda is the public forum. Those interested may address the mayor and city council on any subject not on tonight's agenda. People can submit comments in writing via the form available online, may list their name and city of residence for the clerk's record. Remarks read aloud by the city clerk may be limited to 3 minutes or less. Tonight, I want to ask our city clerk, how many comments do we have for this public forum, as well as with the rest of the agenda pre-submitted?
There are about 25 in total. It looks like 1/2 of those are for public forum.
Okay, great. As an item not listed on the agenda, no response is required from city staff or the council, and no action can be taken. Council may instruct the city manager to place the item on a future meeting agenda. And the form to submit comments is actually on our city website. I want to request for tonight's comments to be at 2 minutes. And so we will conduct the public forum. Mary?
Okay, Mayor, I will time the very first one for 2 minutes. Your first comment is from Milpitas Renters Coalition. Dear Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Nunez, and City Council members Montano, Dominguez, and Fan. First of all, we recognize the intent and effort put into tenant protections via the rent relief program. We know that it has assisted around 130 Milpitas residents as of June 2nd. This is an admirable feat to keep Milpitas housed and to prevent them from being displaced. The shelter-in-place order is loosening, and although everyone is trying to resume life as close to normalcy as possible, many remain unemployed or have very few work hours due to the economic impact of COVID-19. In light of this public health crisis, it is imperative that everyone be stably housed. The eviction moratorium passed by the County Board of Supervisors ends next month, July 28th. We implore you to pass a local moratorium to prevent middle and low-income residents from being kicked out of their homes onto the street. These drastic times call for policies that measure up to the scope of the problem, and we urgently need to keep people housed. Evictions would disrupt people's ability to take care of the health of themselves and their family. Housing advocates and researchers have consistently said that evictions and homelessness will climb across the county. We, Milpitas, are not exempt. We cannot wait and see if the Board of Supervisors will extend the moratorium. And since the City Council does not meet in July, we need to be proactive in protecting our Milpitas families. A local eviction moratorium would tangibly affirm that housing is a human right. One's access to shelter and safety should not depend on whether the economy is good or bad. Please prevent a cascade of evictions and homelessness in our community by immediately passing an emergency local moratorium. Thank you, Milpitas Renters Coalition members. Your next public comment for the public forum is from Elena Gill. I was wondering how, with the current deficit, will the budget cuts impact youth sports? I am a member for MNV PAL softball. Thank you. Next comment is from Allison McDonald. As you know, the county enacted an eviction moratorium in response to the COVID-19 crisis because of its economic impacts. The current moratorium is set to end on July 28th, while the council is in recess. We know that the economic crisis has not passed and more folks are unemployed now than any time in over 80 years. At the same time, the virus has not left us and we see an increase of cases in our county. Please ensure that Milpitas residents will be able to stay in their homes through the summer, even if the county doesn't extend the moratorium. Please enact a temporary emergency eviction moratorium in Milpitas. The next one is also from Allison, but I just read one from her, so I'll move on.
Yes, one comment per person for the public forum. Thank you very much, Mayor.
The next comment is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street. The mayor, vice mayor, and members of the city council, the city manager, and staff. The small business entrepreneurs are, I believed, expressing great gratitude to your supports and concerns for them. You're doing a great job. Thanks. God bless. The next public forum comment is from Tiffany Vaughn, Milpitas, California. Good evening, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Nunez, and council members Fan, Dominguez, and Montano. Please consider implementing a local eviction moratorium. The county's moratorium will expire on July 28th, and we do not know if they will extend it. The economic downturn will be here to stay, at least for the near future, and will displace many Milpitans from their home if we do not take action. We have a moral duty to prevent an increase in COVID cases and to keep people housed. An eviction ban is one way of doing so without needing to give public funds to tenants or landlords. Since the council does not meet at all in July, we need to act now to prevent evictions and homelessness. Please put Milpitas families first. The next comment is from a resident, but no name or address was given. Hello, thank you for your time. I am a former softball player who grew up here in Milpitas and have been aware that the softball fields at Russell Middle School will no longer be available to our youth softball league here in Milpitas. If this is the case, I am concerned that they won't have anywhere for them to play and use as their home fields. I am sure that the city has a plan. I just want to make sure that they are not left out of the budget. Thank you for your time. Next public comment is from Adrian Alvarez, 321 Washington Drive. Hello, with Russell Middle School closing their softball fields, what is the city's plan to have a centralized location for our girls to play? If we are losing 4 fields at one location, 4 fields at another location would be given, correct? Okay, the next public forum comment is from Adrian Alvarez, 321 Washington Drive. Hello. With Russell Middle School. Oh, I think this is the same comment as the previous one. I'm going to move on. Next comment is from Keith Brown, Yosemite Drive. This is actually for an item later in the agenda, so I'm going to move on.
Alrighty.
Next comment for public forum is Lisa Moreno, 463 Dolores Drive. Dear Mayor Tran and Council, I am writing to you tonight in reference to my disappointment and concern on how you handle the community's public comment and items on the consent calendar. Last week, 3 items were pulled from the consent calendar by members of the community per the city's policy. Unfortunately, community members sat waiting to hear those items, yet after waiting for hours, no mention. It wasn't until a member of the community emailed the city attorney to inform them of your policy. It was very concerning when members of the council were not aware of this policy. How can that be? It is sad when members of the community spend their time and passion trying to engage with the council on very important items that can benefit all members of the community. We send in our comments, they are read, and then they seem to disappear. Questions we ask are unanswered. If you would please shed some light on how you can improve on your engagement with this community. There are many individuals who can shed a new lens on items and really make a positive difference in the lives of others and in turn their own. Next comment for public forum is from Tom McAllister, no address. Do not remove Minutemen. To do so would be un-American. We need to build a wall around Milpitas, keep unwanted people out, and make Milpitas great again. Next comment for public forum is from Kyle DeCalos, 133 North Temple Drive. As a Milpitas resident and president of the NAACP Youth Council of the San Jose Silicon Valley area, I am against giving the police department raises during a recession. I don't understand how y'all, the city council, approved $1.9 million for the police department to receive raises. Not to mention, but the police department will receive $38 million in total when the housing department gets only $10 million starting on July 1st. These funds should instead be reallocated to other services such as social services. Next is from Jackie Romero, Milpitas. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Tran. We respectfully ask you to postpone the minimum wage increase that takes effect July 1, 2020. Our small business owners have suffered tremendously during this lockdown, and some still remain closed due to the strict Santa Clara guidelines. Some small businesses will not survive through the pandemic. Please be mindful of the strain this places on small business owners, also the effect to customers, as this requirement will force businesses to push that increase to our residents, which we will all have to pay more for products and services. Please keep in mind small business owners are usually mom and pop shops and have generations working to service our Milpitas family for decades. It is imperative that you do not turn your head on this request. Thank you kindly for your consideration. Respectfully, Jackie Romero. Your next comment for public forum is from Kevin Langdorf. I have been Milpitas resident for over 40 years. I've seen it change for the worse. Crime is going up and too many illegals taking our jobs. The Minuteman is a patriotic symbol as to how great of a city Milpitas was and how we can still go back to those days. Voters are watching, and so is our Lord Almighty. Next is from Tina Ortiz. Milpitas Girls Recreational Softball has been part of this community for over 30 years. As the current president of the Milpitas NV Pal Softball, I was disappointed to discover that the Roger Yee Fields located at Thomas Russell Middle School are being removed with the new renovations at this site. The Softball League was not informed in advance, nor were we consulted on our opinion or thoughts. The city's Parks and Recs is graciously working with us to establish a new home at Dixon Landing Park. Our main concern is that although we are getting a new home, we want to ensure that the new site is not minimized due to budget constraints. We look forward to the continued discussions with city officials. Regarding Dixon and hope in the future, MUSD takes proper steps to include input from the community regarding changes that affect their students and residents. Next comment is from Gregory Kahan. I am a patriot and proud lifelong Milpitas resident. I encourage the council to keep the Minuteman as our symbol of greatness. You should consider making the Minuteman as a holiday for all of us who are proud lifelong American residents born here legally. Next public forum comment is from Larry McConnell. The people who want to remove the Minuteman are probably not even legal residents. Somebody should follow up and check if they are. Next council member comment for public forum is from Kevin Rodriguez of Milpitas. Dear Mayor Tran and council, it is of great concern that during the council meetings, rules don't seem to apply to all equally. As an example, there are those who can, quote, throw, unquote, out a discussion on the table with no mention of being out of order, and there are those who do get called out of order. The last several meetings, it would appear that Councilmember Dominguez is called out. However, Montano is not. Actually, while we speak, Mayor Tran is, quote, attacking Councilmember Dominguez, stating all was on record, when in fact not all responded to the yes or no question on the table. Do you have an ethics policy that the council must agree and adhere to? I know you have a code of conduct, but it doesn't appear that it is adhered to either. I would strongly encourage all of the city leadership to take classes and suggested last week. It can't hurt. It can only enhance the experience. I would strongly encourage all of you go back and watch this past year's meetings. You may even be surprised to see your actions and understand where the community is coming from. We understand being in your position is not an easy one, but it is one that you chose, and as such should be respectful to your position and be the leaders you sought out to be. Thank you. Next from Miguel Resendez. Residents should be able to voice their opinions without fearing retaliation from the council. Council member Montano's demand of residents' personal information in response to their criticism is really undemocratic and just sad. Next comment from Carrie Clark in Milpitas. It is unfortunate that Mayor Tran continuously chooses to disrespect Vice Mayor Dominguez. Every time Councilmember Dominguez requests or brings an idea to council, Mayor, your demeanor, your tone towards her is really upsetting to many residents. Mayor, there is an expectation of professionalism on the dais. Please remember some families watch council meetings together. Some youth see you as a role model. I am so excited this is an election year and hope we can continue to support your campaign. Next for public forum from Michaela P. Milpitas. Dear council members and Mayor Tran, please help my friends stay in Milpitas. Some live in apartments and it would be sad if they have to move during their senior year of school because their parents can't afford to stay. We already have a lot of changes with shelter in place. Please reconsider your decision to help our Milpitas family. Thank you, Michaela. Next from Jamie Schletzbaum, 1775 Millmont Drive. After hearing your vote earlier, I am disappointed. Extending the moratorium or at least discussing it is a good idea. You should listen to Councilmember Karina Dominguez and think about your citizens. If citizens do not have a place to live, you will only increase homelessness in the city. People are still unemployed. Renters need protection right now. It's your job to protect your citizens. Next is from submitter with no name or address provided. Hello, council
Let me
members.
pause you right there, City Clerk. I want to go to our city attorney. If we're getting public comments, we don't know how to track if they're duplicates or not. What is the legal guide here?
Yeah, Mayor Tran, you're asking a very good question. I think that a lot of city attorneys are struggling with in this kind of COVID Zoom era. Obviously, if you have a person in front of you in the council chambers, it's much more easier to gauge. Obviously, if someone is making a public comment and they are either a resident or not. Under the Brown Act, there is.
I don't care. I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It doesn't. I'll listen to comment from the universe, all the stars. I'm not questioning the residency, but I'm questioning how do we know that these aren't kind of Trojans or duplicate senders? And what kind of legal advice do we have here to ensure that we're having a balanced forum?
Yeah, the unfortunate is you don't know. And we really, under the Brown Act, again, basically there is a preclusion on asking people for their name, address as a condition to attendance of a meeting. That hasn't been quite extended out to condition of public comment, but most city attorneys in the state take the position that the Brown Act precludes you from asking name, address for purposes of public comment. That's kind of the advice that I'd give off the fly in terms of the
I'll take that.
question.
Thank you. I'll tell you, appreciate it. If Mary, you could read the email address at least. Thank you very much. Carry on.
The email address is not available, Mayor.
There's no email address?
These are submitted by a form from the city website.
Okay. So if we can have IT ensure that a name is required, at least, or some type of letter, just these could be robots for all I know. And so I just want to make sure that we have some type of record for our minutes.
So Mayor, it's likely that we can't ask for name or address, but I will research that because I do have the question from another council member, and now that makes two of you. So I will research that and circle back to the entire council.
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate your assistance. Mary, carry on.
This comment says, hello, council members. I am wondering if you are concerned about the false information spread by Milpitas residents on Facebook comment sections regarding the spread of coronavirus. Preventing the spread of coronavirus is considered a public safety issue and should be treated seriously. Please contact these residents and educate them on the facts about public health. Thank you. And that is your last comment at this time for public forum, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mary. Appreciate it. And that'll do it with the public forum. I want to thank everybody who submitted their comments. I, for one, actually love public forum and listening. If I can request for the city manager to reply to those community members with the questions that we received, and that way we can ensure that they have the most up-to-date information as we do in regards to all the different matters. I think the softball fields are one concern. And everybody that's watching at home, I want to thank you for tuning in and actively engaging. We are here for you. All right, moving on here. Approval of agenda. But before we get there, I'm going to squeeze in the consent calendar, if that's okay. And so I will look to my colleagues here for any adjustments, requests with the consent calendar. Okay, I don't see any.
Okay.
Yes, looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So I move the approval of the consent calendar.
We had a motion by Vice Mayor Nunez. We have a second by Councilmember Fan. All in favor of approval of the consent calendar, we'll start with Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried and the consent calendar is approved. Thank you very much. Moving to the approval of agenda. Looks like a really sweet agenda this evening on a beautiful Milpitas evening. And I'll look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
We got a motion to approve the agenda by Councilmember Montano. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, starting with Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The agenda is approved. The motion is carried. Thank you very much. And we're going to go right into number 1 under public hearing. Let's hold the public hearing to consider an amendment to the fiscal year 1920 annual action plan, approval of the community development block grant, CDBG allocations, and draft fiscal year 2021 annual action plan and related budget amendments. And we have here on the agenda our Director of Building and Housing, Sharon Govey.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. So before you tonight is the public hearing for CDBG allocation. So we'll start with our PowerPoint presentation. If you can move to the next slide. Thank you. Can you move to the next slide?
Oh, nice.
Looks like we're having just a little bit of technical difficulties. We're standing by for our IT department, right? Or whomever is the host.
Looks like we've taken her out and bring her back in.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, so for the CDBG, this funding cycle, we've started fairly early. September last year, we opened the application window. And actually in November, we gave an update to the CBG subcommittee and received direction to move forward the applications to the Community Advisory Commission. And we did that on February 5th. At this meeting, the Community Advisory Commission considered the CDBG applications. Subsequently, on February 25th, HUD announced that the City of Milpitas would receive an allocation of $676,413. This is what's usually referred to as formula funds, because HUD uses a formula to compute this number for all the entitlement cities every year. On February 28th, we provided this update to the CDBG subcommittee along with the Community Advisory Commission funding recommendations. At this meeting, the subcommittee directed staff to reopen the application period for 30 days, and then COVID-19 happened. And over those coming weeks, the declaration of the pandemic outbreak had required staff to deviate from the standard operating procedures. And the federal government also took action. On March 27th, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, referred to as the CARES Act, was signed into law. The CARES Act allocated an additional $5 billion in CDBG funding to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus. And there were 3 tranches or 3 rounds of funding. On April 2nd, HUD announced that from the first round, Milpitas will receive $397,911 in the coronavirus funding, and that's being referred to as the CDBG CV funding. And our team also conducted some research and was able to secure an additional $290,000 and $39 in unused prior year funding. That's from fiscal year 14-15 to 18-19. And these prior year funds can be used to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19 as well. So you see the three numbers on this slide, the $676,000, and then the CV funding of $397,000, and prior year funding of $200. I'm sorry, that's a typo there. I just noticed it's actually $290,000. It's 290,039. So these three numbers add up to the total funding the council can consider tonight.
We'll accept
Next
that.
slide.
We'll accept that higher amount.
Okay, thank you. So to continue, now this is kind of into the COVID-19 response stage. And recently we've had a number of meetings. On May 21st at the CDBG subcommittee, they provided feedback on their goals for the use of CDBG funds as it relates to the city's response to COVID-19. These goals included housing, which includes rent relief, senior services, which includes access to Wi-Fi devices, and any technical assistance to help counter social isolation. Domestic violence is another area that was talked about. That would include teaching students healthy relationships and domestic violence prevention education. And small business, that's an area council has been focused on to provide assistance to small business and micro enterprise. And food and meal access is another area of focus the subcommittee had discussed. And we had another meeting with the CDBG subcommittee on June 15th. And at this meeting, we received direction to prepare the funding recommendations based on their feedback to bring to council tonight, and also to explore partnership opportunities between YWCA and the school district. And one area is to look at domestic violence prevention education in this partnership. And just Tuesday last week, on June 16th, the council had provided staff direction to utilize CDBG funding for the small business loan program and the rent relief program. And I have to always remind myself not to say the word pilot anymore after council's decision last week. And then tonight, in front of you is really the CDBG allocation. So our goal is for council to approve the fiscal year 1920 amendment and the 2021 annual action plan. And that's where the $3 amounts you saw on the prior slide, they're all incorporated into these plans. Next slide. Okay. So the federal government, HUD, sets restrictions on how CDBG funding can be used, even with the recent flexibilities from the CARES Act. CDBG activities, they must be on HUD's list of eligible uses, and they must meet one of the following national objectives. So of the three, I'm kind of going to go backward. For urgent need, HUD has provided guidance that this doesn't apply to the CV funding to COVID-19. And for Milpitas, we have not identified any significantly blighted conditions within our boundaries. So the second national objective does not apply here. So as such, our CDBG funding have been used to benefit low and moderate income persons in our community. And as mentioned on the prior two slides, the CARES Act has modified certain CDBG policies and procedures to increase the speed and flexibility, and that's to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus. Next slide. So this slide lists all the activities that are eligible under the Code of Federal Regulations. And the bold-faced items with the asterisk, these are the activities being considered in Milpitas. And this year, we're adding some additional activities, including rent relief, economic development, and micro-enterprise assistance this year. Next slide. So I'm going to turn over this to Adam to talk about the CARES Act flexibility for CDBG and some other requirements.
Thanks, Sharon. Adam Marcus, Housing Manager for the city. And good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. As Sharon mentioned, the CARES Act was signed into law and it created new pots of money for COVID. It also modified certain policies and procedures to make it easier to get the money out quickly and to be flexible about it. So I was going to quickly go through that. As you may have heard, usually we have a public service cap on how much we can spend on programs and services versus capital projects. Usually that's 15%. However, for this fiscal year, FY 2021, our formula dollars and our special CV dollars do not have a public services cap. Prior year funds, however, do have a cap. It's also easier this year to make changes to our 5-year consolidated plan. That's the plan that is the vision for how the city will use CDBG. And usually it's there's a lot of steps to amend it, but they've made it easier to do that. And we'll talk more about the comp plan next week because in order to use these funds, we have to also make some changes to the comp plan to allow for some of the new activities that that you're considering tonight. There's also a citizen participation waiver, which allows us to expedite procedures. So we need at least 5 days for a public hearing, and public meetings can now be done virtually, given the health considerations with COVID. We do have a new pot of money, as Sharon mentioned, CDBG CV funds. These are new funds. They're special funds. They cannot be used for other purposes other than addressing the COVID-related issues. CV funds are also faster in that they arrive within about 2 weeks of when we submit the paperwork to HUD, whereas regular formula funds will take several months before they're here. And then finally, unused prior year funding. Sharon mentioned it, 290,000 and change. Prior funds must be used for COVID purposes. There is a 15% cap, and they are also faster funds in that they too would be available in 2 weeks from when the paperwork submitted. Next slide. This just illustrates kind of our normal limitations with CDBG. Where we have a cap on how much we can spend on different types of uses, public services, administration, and capital projects. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, looks like we skipped. Okay. Yes, thank you. So now with CD funds and with our formula funds, we do have some new flexibility. So in other words, we can spend more this year on public services. Thank you. Next slide. The staff did reach out and ask the community as well as organizations how they were impacted by COVID-19 and what were some of the needs. And as you can see here, here's a sort of a summary of some of the needs that we heard. Rent relief was what came up quite a lot. The digital divide, access to Wi-Fi, not just for seniors, but for students, low-income residents who are sheltering in place. So many resources are available online. And so if you don't have access or a device, that's a barrier. Legal help for renters and landlords and homeowners who are dealing with having trouble making their payments. Groceries and meal delivery. Access to PPE, personal protective equipment, for those who cannot work from home, and also small business assistance. Next slide. We also looked at what other cities are doing and how they're spending their CDBG money. And what you're looking at here is a kind of a ranking of how cities spent their money. So you can see that quite a few cities in Santa Clara County are supporting rent relief and homelessness prevention, as well as senior services. And tonight, if they haven't already, the county is actually bringing forward to the county supervisors some proposals, again, to do, even though it's not indicated on this slide because they haven't voted on it yet, the county as well will be dedicating funding to rent relief, homelessness prevention, and some other uses. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Sharon.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, next slide. So this slide kind of summarizes the three numbers you've seen before. The fiscal year 2021 funds, 676,000, and if they're used for COVID-related activities, then the 15% public service cap does not apply. And for the CV funding, that's the coronavirus funding of 397,000, they have to be used for COVID-related activities. And for all the activities, they all have to meet a national objective. And then for prior year funds, that's the 290,000 we had mentioned previously. And just this late afternoon, we actually received some HUD guidance that the prior year funding can be accessed faster by doing this through the amendment to the fiscal year 1920 annual action plan. So we'll see that a little bit later in the spreadsheet, but just kind of wanted to give council a heads up that based on the guidance we got from HUD, we try to pivot pretty quickly to meet their guidance. Next slide. So this is just a quick overview before we move into the allocation spreadsheet. The CDBG subcommittee has considered the research and the information from staff and from the community and has provided these allocation recommendations to the City Council. And you're going to see in the spreadsheet format that shows these 5 sections of funding. And for public services, you'll see capital projects and program administration. These are from the fiscal year 2021 funding. And then for COVID-19 requests, they'll be coming from fiscal year 2021 as well as prior years. And you'll see the CDBG CV funding as well. And I think Adam's going to be pulling up a spreadsheet. And while that's happening, I'm just going to kind of reiterate to the council that HUD continues to publish guidance, but they have been urging all the cities to submit the annual action plans quickly so that we can access the funds. And HUD will work with cities to make any changes to meet HUD submission guidelines as they get published. But the allocations to the nonprofits that will be approved by council tonight, those will be the Milpitas allocation. And we'll be able to work with HUD if we had to actually move some of the numbers between the different buckets in order to meet the submission guidance. But the allocations will be per council's approval. Okay, so I'm going to just walk through the table to kind of go over the structure of the table. So if you look at column B, that's a list of the applicants, and column C describes the activities that they're proposing.
Sharon,
and just for reference,
Sharon's Mayor Tran
yeah.
here. Can I request you zoom in a couple times as we go row by row? And yes,
Okay.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for the comment. Yeah, I should have asked. So just for reference, column J is the prior year allocation. That's 1920. And the applicant request is in column I. Adam can highlight it. Yep. And column E, that is the fiscal year 2021 funding we've been talking about. The total is $676,000. And the allocation from the discussion at the subcommittee meeting last Monday, that's in this column here. And then column F, that's the CV funding of $397,000. This is the supplemental funding from the CARES Act that needs to be used for COVID-19 activities. And then column G, this is the prior year funding our team was able to secure, and they can be used for COVID-19 activities as well. And this is a total of $290,000. So now I'll just kind of walk through the sections of the spreadsheet. So you can see the first section, it's public services, and they include some COVID-19 activities. But you can see it starts with Catholic charities, and then goes through to YWCA. And the recommendations from the subcommittee for the first 6 nonprofits, they were consistent with the applicant's request. And for YWCA, the subcommittee had wanted to consider an additional $40,000 for a partnership between YWCA and the school district to create a domestic violence prevention education program. Okay, and I'll move on to the next section. That's capital projects. So the subcommittee had looked at the capital projects, and these are the larger dollar amounts. And for the $300,000 that Life Moves had requested, subcommittee wanted to have a chance to discuss at the council meeting and explore other possibilities, either for this funding for them or for other organizations. And you see Terrace Garden has requested for $20,000. And rebuilding together, this was an area staff was asked to explore. So for rebuilding together, there's a possibility to provide capital projects improvement in terms of a roof replacement project at the Sunny Hills development. And it's a total of $200,000. And the split between the columns, as I mentioned earlier, we had to pivot quickly today based on the HUD guidance we received late today. But the total is the $200,000. And then Rebuilding Together had requested funding to continue what they do in their programs, which is the home repairs and rehabilitation and accessibility improvement work for low-income homeowners. And the subcommittee had made recommendations, and that will be part of the discussion tonight as well. And the next section is the program administration. Project Sentinel has been our nonprofit partner to provide fair housing services and also tenant landlord counseling and dispute resolution services. So that's the amount they have requested for. And the total program and administration, from one of the prior slides, Adam had described this 20% cap for it. And the $78,000 is basically the balance from the 20% of the program administration. And this is to cover staff time in administering the program. And this year, because of the changes in the procedures and additional regulations, additional guidance from HUD, staff has spent more time and anticipate spending more time in administering the program. including the new small business assistance program as well. The next section, if you can scroll a little bit. These are the requests we received after COVID-19 has happened. And you can see the list of the requests that includes for pilot rent relief, which the council discussed last Tuesday night, and also a funding request for our own senior center for laptops and technical devices to help counter social isolation for seniors, and also for the support for the nutrition program, and also interest from the school district to explore a program providing nutritional services to low-income students. Project Sentinel also had submitted a request, a proposal that's for a total of $50,000. And again, the split between the numbers was to really make the total funding balance work and to meet the HUD submission guidelines that we just received late today. And on this, you'll see the food pantry has requested $30,000, and Terrace Gardens, they've also requested additional amount to assist with their COVID-19 kind of meal-related services. And Rebuilding Together made a request to stock their personal protective equipment. And the last section, but not least, Council has been discussing the Small Business Assistance Program. So that's a total of $200,000 there. And from the Council meeting last week, I think you have heard about the allocation for micro enterprises versus small business. So that's where the $150,000 and $50,000 came from. And based on the discussion last week from Council meeting as well, the pilot rent relief program, we allocated an amount to the CV funding, and there was a row above too. But you can see to the right, we have a note of a total of $341,400. That was based on the Council approval last Tuesday. And program administration, as explained earlier, it's 20% of the funding. So the $79,582 is 20% of the COVID-19, which is the $397,000. That kind of explains just the overall funding allocation for the Council. And just want to let the Council know too, our nonprofit partners are all on this Zoom call, and they can further describe their application and proposed activities if you have any questions. So at this point, I'm going to ask the Council how you would like to start discussing the allocation.
Thank you very much, Sharon, and your team in the Building Safety and Housing Department. The Housing Manager, I see you. Thank you very much. That was a great presentation, and I'm so happy that these funds have been able to be received from different places, and I thank you for your work to ensure that we have more than just one column of funding. It is a public hearing, and so I do want to open up the public hearing here and go through some testimony. Looking for a motion, open the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
We got a motion to open the public hearing by Vice Mayor Nunez, and second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor virtually, Councilmember Finn.
Aye.
Councilmember Montana.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is denied. The motion is carried, and the public hearing is now open. Let's check in with our City Clerk, Mary Lavelle, for any public comment here on this item.
Yes, Mayor, I think there are 3 or maybe 4 comments. I wanted to inquire if there's a time limit on these comments.
Yes, absolutely. We'll keep it consistent with the public forum at 2 minutes.
Okay. All right, your first comment comes from Joanne Price of Life Moves. Good evening, members and staff. We appreciate all your hard work to successfully distribute these funds. I think this must be at least the 5th meeting I've attended on this matter, so thank you for your ongoing time and commitment. As a reminder, Life Moves initially submitted a large amount because there were no other potential applicants for Milpitas CDBG capital improvement funds at the bidders conference, which may be because there are no homeless shelters in Milpitas. We recently decided not to seek funding for public services because we are fortunate to receive funding through other sources and jurisdictions recognizing homelessness across Silicon Valley is a shared burden on community resources. For example, our San Jose shelters serve clients from multiple cities in the area, including Fremont, Milpitas, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, and Santa Clara. As a brief reminder, Life Moves is the largest provider of shelter and supportive services in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties, what we specifically do for Milpitas residents. In fiscal year 20, we have already served 88 residents of Milpitas. There was a surge following the COVID outbreak, and since April 1st, we have served 52 Milpitas residents. Almost 50% of your residents have stayed inside our shelters since January 1, 2020. In fiscal 19, we served 155 residents of Milpitas, including 47 minor children in both Santa Clara and San Mateo County. The number of Milpitas residents served in recent years has increased substantially. Fiscal year 15 served 24 Milpitas clients. Fiscal year 17 served 39. Fiscal year 18 served 162 Milpitas, a 400% increase in number of clients served from the previous year and almost 700% increase since fiscal year 15. In fiscal year 19 served 155 Milpitas residents. However, we must still maintain our shelters in order to prolong their life due to continue serving clients. That's the time's up on that one. Okay. Move on to the next comment. Sorry, I can't get that timer stopped. Okay, your next comment for the CDBG hearing is from Chris Rios, 1775 Millmont Drive.
You can afford the time to ensure that's off, Mary. We're here for you. We appreciate what you're doing. We know you are key.
Yeah, I'm just using my iPhone, so most of the time it's fine. All right. So going on to the next one, I'm also going to time this one because I'm not sure if it's going to go over the time limit. Next comment you have is from Chris Rios, 1775 Millmont Drive. I think it's hilarious that every time a well-established issue has come up, Carmen Montano's response has consistently been, quote, well, I have to learn more about that. Let's just have a discussion.
You know,
and table
Mary,
the issue.
I want you to stop because I don't think that personal attacks are appropriate. I think that people can make up a lie and then put it out there. So I don't want that to be read.
This is definitely a strange, considering. But we I do want to make sure we are abiding by the legalities. I do want to state that this is very unethical and wrong, in my opinion.
Exactly. It seems like it's orchestrated by somebody and it's not right. So
I do want to check in with our city attorney, though. I do. The law of the land is Chris.
Well, the personal attacks are not the law of the land. So I do
not agree with any personal attacks. I just don't. Chris is going to want to say something here, and I'm not an attorney, but I do want to make sure.
It's obvious that it's orchestrated. It's politically orchestrated by somebody, and
it's
that's
very odd why.
Not right.
Yeah.
So,
we've had different persons.
So I would ask that it not be read. We did that with the Quinta when there was a racist comment, and we did not allow that to be read. And I feel that this is almost the same thing. A personal attack should not be.
I agree that personal attacks are not the right and right. Totally wrong. But I don't want Chris to get. I want to hear from Chris just because I don't have the answer to this one. Because there's
right. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Montano. No, I think I agree with the two council members that have indicated, obviously personal attacks are not appropriate. And so that can definitely be indicated by the council that when we get to public comment, we'd encourage the public to obviously not focus on any one council member, not engage in personal attacks, just as our code of conduct indicates. I am researching these issues to provide some more definitive guidance to the council. But in lieu of the advice being with you now, I would recommend that we just continue to hear the comment tonight. The risk on the other side is if you don't hear the comment, then there's a fair argument.
And I will also remind you that we can also move to delete those on the minutes as we have in the past for other folks.
Yes, we'll have our city attorney do the due diligence and comprehensive review and then legal analysis. And so, Mary, if we can pick up where we left off and proceed forward.
Shall I continue reading from Mr. Rios's remarks then?
No,
Yes.
I contest. I contest.
Well,
It's already in the very beginning that it already is a personal attack, and I do not appreciate that. So I contest.
I don't either. I don't want us to.
He can come back and sue the city, you know, but that's a personal attack, and we can sue him. So,
Mayor, what's your preference?
Well,
well, actually, the city attorney, I really am asking you to really think this through, because this is not okay. Nobody should be attacked personally for something that is so, somebody's orchestrating it. I don't know who it is. And I think I have a feeling who it is, but yeah, this is not appropriate. This is city business. We're focusing on the CDBG. There should not be any type of personal attacks on anybody for something that is made up, for lies. Please move on to the next speaker.
Maybe we can have the,
Can you just, okay, at the very least, if there's negative in there, don't repeat it. We did that with the Quinta when that racist person, we did not allow that. So here you cannot have a double standard here. So if you could just read that's something that is not negative, you could read that, but the negative stuff, omit that, please, because that's not.
Mary, does this particular comment have anything in regards to the agenda item?
There's more text. It does not appear to be related to CDBG. It has to do with eviction, moratorium, homelessness, and issues such as that.
Okay, so Chris, I want to go to our city attorney here. I think we are on this agenda item, and so I'm not sure what your advice is. I'm not an attorney, but I do hear both sides, and I really stand with ethical
because it
behavior.
seems like I'm being singled out by certain folks, and these are not appropriate. This is not a democracy. The way that they're doing it, it's more like singling somebody out, and to me, that is prejudging, prejudice, and who knows, maybe even racist. So I'm really concerned about defamation of character and using our public meetings as a way to defame me, and that is not okay.
Mayor,
and what's odd is I am being singled out. So somebody is orchestrating, and that's not good. That's not cool.
Can our city clerk indicate what time that email came in?
6:34 p.m.
So was it after the public forum? Mayor, one option I can give you is if it doesn't relate to the agenda item at hand, and it didn't come in time for the public forum, you could save these comments and decide to as a council, decide whether you want to reopen the public forum for that purpose. So if it's not relating to the agenda item, you could move on and then decide later whether you want to take additional public comment that's general public comment, not related to any items on the agenda.
Toward the later parts of the agenda?
And that would be at the council's discretion since you've already taken public forum.
Well, I'm open to that. I do want to move on positively. I'd love to hear from my colleagues.
Does this place us in legal risk though, Chris?
I would say if you don't hear the comment at all, if it related to the agenda item, then I'd say yes, there is legal risk. But I'm hearing from our city clerk, it does not relate to the agenda item. It's at council's discretion. Do you want to hear it now or save it for an additional public forum later?
As I said, you could omit the personal attacks and address just write down or just say the whatever it is pertaining to our agenda item.
Any further input from the dais?
Yeah, Carmen, I empathize with you. I discourage personal attacks, but I think it's all of us as elected officials, we bear a higher threshold to withstand criticism, critiques, even the harshest words. It's all happened to us, but it's part of the process. I think every single one of us has received attacks before. At the end of the day, as a body, we're here for each other. But for the purposes of transparency, it's difficult for me to.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. So go ahead and do it right. Go ahead and start from the beginning, or no, start where that person left off. But yeah, you're right.
Start where they left off, please, Mary.
Okay, I paused the time, so I'll restart. I mean, not restart, I'll take back up at the time that it paused and continue reading. If she doesn't know by now the constitutional validity of an eviction moratorium extension, which, mind you, has already been enacted by county council, then maybe she should step back and educate herself adequately on this issues before stepping back onto city council or moving to an assembly position, because her constant extension of issues and ignoring and dodging of concerns relevant to her constituents is appalling. We need an extension of the moratorium on evictions, and Councilwoman Dominguez seems to be the only person who understands the needs of her constituents. We need an extended eviction moratorium and rent relief. If you do not extend the eviction moratorium, you will see unmitigated community spread by the time the second wave comes in September and November, and it will lead to mandatory shutdowns coupled with a flood of homelessness. Your collective dereliction of duty is disgusting, and Carmen, Tran, and Bob should be all ashamed for refusing to have a discussion on this issue. Meanwhile, you're increasing the policing budget to deal with more unhoused and homeless interactions based on their suggestion. That's appalling. Police do not need to be the first point of contact, social workers should be. This is a waste of funds, and it's disappointing that we have to rely. That's the timer. I'm sorry. Time is up.
Thank you very much. We'll,
Mayor, can I say something?
Sure.
Thank you so much. So I can't see myself. Could you guys see me? I don't know what happened to the video, but so I just want to echo Councilmember Anthony Phan's message, and to my colleagues and to our community who's watching, this job is not easy. It's not easy for any of us. I want to reiterate that we all have the right to do our public opinion. I definitely believe that's the right of all of us, and we carry the burden when we run for office to also take criticism. But I do hear some folks out there. My kind request would be, we could give our opinion, but let's give it with kindness. There's too much division in our nation, in our state, and here. I do not want to continue the negativity. I think we all need to rise up to the occasion. Definitely continue to give us your feedback. But all I would just ask is, we're here, we're listening, we're all working in our own way. But I do believe that number one is we just need to be respectful. And so I'm, as a leader and as someone who has worked with my colleagues for almost 2 years, we may not always agree on things, but I am going to ask everyone if we could just be respectful. Definitely continue to share your opinion. Just remember the golden rule. Respect other people and treat them like you want to be treated. Trust me, it's a lot easier to listen when we follow the golden rule. So thank you so much, Milpitas. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate your comments. Would you happen to know this particular individual that commented? Maybe you can speak with them and provide some support here.
Mayor, I have no relation to this individual, no more than any of us on this dais. I know he's emailed some emails to all of us, but that's as far as my relationship goes. But I could definitely email him. And I think, you know, I think we all just have to be kind to each other and build that awareness. And so I definitely want to be a role model for that. And so I am going to ask all of us, right? Let's rise up to the occasion. And that includes us. So let's become a little more aware of words hurt. And I don't want to hurt anybody. And so I am asking this dais too, that if at any point my words hurt you, I need you to bring that up to my attention, because our community is watching, and we are the leaders. And Carmen, Bob, and Anthony, we all think differently, and it's democracy. We're here to represent the voice, but just know that as one council member, Mayor Rich Tran, that includes yourself, my door is always open. And Mayor, if that's something that I could do to ensure that one of my colleagues gets treated with respect, I don't mind reaching out to this individual and just asking for that.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're just trying to figure out if someone knew this person directly or personally, but thank you for your answer. I appreciate it. And we'll go to our City Clerk, Mary, to continue with the public comment for this hearing. I also have, I believe, Deanne Everton from Rebuilding Together as well, and we'll get to her shortly.
The next comment you have is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitentiary Street. For item number 1.
Yes.
The recommendations for the public hearing item number were illustrated, presented, and were discussed thoroughly in tonight's and in the previous meetings. Please go along with the MENT recommendations. Thank you. That's the last comment for this item on the agenda.
Okay, fantastic. We'll continue the public hearing here. I believe IT, the host of tonight's Zoom meeting, can connect us to Deanne from Rebuilding Together.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the opportunity to assist the residents of Sunny Hill Apartments and your trust in Rebuilding Together to carry out these repairs. We are truly grateful to be at the table and want to make sure these Milpitas residents have a safe and healthy place to call home. That being said, we have 3 requests. We would like to make sure we're at the table over the next year and hopefully in future years to work with you to establish funding priorities around housing and homelessness. Rebuilding Together preserves affordable housing, and we want to be sure we want to be a part of what that means in Milpitas with adequate time to plan ahead and be a successful partner. Number 2, with considerable investment already being made by the city of Milpitas, as well as with these pass-through CDBG funds into Sunny Hill Apartments as an affordable housing option, we would like to see a plan for keeping this property designated as such beyond the next 3 years. And third, we would ask that you kindly reconsider our original 2021 request of $200,000 to provide overdue critical and safety repairs for low-income Milpitas residents. As you know, the majority of the Milpitas residents we serve each year are older adults and people with disabilities, and they have no other resources for making repairs to their home. We ensure that they can enter, exit, and move about their home safely. We ensure that they have heat in the winter, that they have hot water, and that we take care of their leaking roofs. These repairs become even more critical as the homeowners we serve are the most vulnerable to COVID-19, and they will continue to shelter in place for the unforeseeable future. With this last-minute recommendation to reallocate funds, it has not given us the time needed to ramp up and seek other resources to address these critical needs, and it leaves these Milpitas residents with nowhere to turn. Thank you for your time, for your partnership, and for your thoughtful consideration of our request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for being with us this evening. We are in the public hearing here. I appreciate everybody's testimony. If there is no further public comment, I want to check in with Mary one more time. Yes.
Yes, there is one more, Mayor, that has come in. This comment for you is from Georgia Basil. Honorable Mayor and Council members, I am the Directing Attorney of Senior Adults Legal Assistance, SALA. SALA provides free legal services to Milpitas seniors targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse, isolation, or loss of independence. Milpitas CDBG funding currently supports our services, and we thank you. Prior to social distancing, we provided our services at Barberley Senior Center. We are an essential service, so our attorneys have continued to provide our legal services remotely by telephone to Milpitas seniors during COVID-19. The Senior Center recently distributed a flyer about SALA's services to their senior nutrition participants in their takeout lunches. The Senior Center has also included this information in their recent newsletter. We thank them for facilitating these outreach efforts. With the $10,000 in CDBG funding requested for next year, SALA will continue to provide our legal services to Milpitas seniors remotely until the Senior Center can reinstate our on-site appointments. We hope that you will approve the $10,000 in funding for SALA in the draft action plan so that we can continue to address the legal needs of Milpitas seniors during these challenging times.
Thank you so much, Mary. And I'm looking for a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Second.
We got a motion to close the public hearing by Councilmember Dominguez. We have a motion to close the public hearing by Councilmember Dominguez, second by Vice Mayor Nunez. All in favor virtually, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez. Yep, I heard it. Yep, I heard aye. Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. The public hearing has been closed. We'll bring the discussion of the item back to the virtual dais now. I want to first thank our CDBG subcommittee. I tuned into the meeting, a meeting or two actually, and I'm thankful for both of your commitments, Vice Mayor Bob Nunez and Councilmember Karina Dominguez. I know even in your busy schedules and your full commitment to public service, you were able to still find time to ensure that every penny was observed and that we were making the most impact for our community here in Milpitas. I think I even noticed Councilmember Dominguez taking the meeting in a vehicle, I think so. Yeah, and so risking her life for the community. So please be safe going forward. But I do want to thank staff as well. I know we all play an integral part in ensuring this agenda item gets to us here at the council level, and that we are presented something that is really easy on the eyes. And that's what I see tonight. This matrix, it's really beautiful to me to see every nonprofit organization, and I know that Vice Mayor Bob Nunez and Councilmember Karina Dominguez ensured what went within these tables or boxes are ones that we can really receive well. So I want to thank the subcommittee as well as staff for a great job, and I am very pleased that we were able to receive funding and also funding from prior years on top of our traditional CDBG during these times. And $1.3 million that's a lot of money. And I'm grateful that we had a subcommittee to oversee it and really guide it to our council. So I don't have much comment on it besides a job well done by my colleagues. And let's see here. Exit full screen. And next up here, Vice Mayor Nunez.
So thank you very much. And I can tell you that first I want to thank the staff. I don't know, it seemed like for a while there I was talking to Sharon almost every day. And I know these numbers changed almost 2 or 3 times a week. So I do want to say thank you to them. And as Sharon said, even as late as today, there was more information. And as we left the meeting, and correct me if I'm wrong or I misstate any of this, Councilmember Dominguez, that understanding that we might have to change this as we went through, because one of the charges we received at the last council meeting was to make sure we provided dollars for the homeless. Also take a look at if there was other dollars we could put aside for rent relief. So this is where I was going to bring it in, Chris. So watch me there too. So what I wanted to do was if I could get at the very top of the chart, Chris, Sharon.
Yes, Adam is scrolling.
Okay. Okay, so what we needed to do at the end of the day was make sure that we had pulled some of the dollars and set it aside so that as the subcommittee on housing had dollars to use to help with those that were houseless. Also that the dollars that we had set aside, and I'll go through at least just the 2 points in here. We had set aside some for rent relief, but also set aside some dollars for Sunny Hills because that was an area that we wanted to make sure we covered. So in this top part, public services, and so help me along with this, Councilmember Dominguez. We thought all of those numbers could remain the same. And so for the public service part, and so I'm gonna go on mine, that those numbers did not change, and we thought we could recommend that. Going down to the capital projects, as you recall, Sharon talked about the $300,000 that we weren't recommending. And some of those dollars were set aside and placed down with Sunny Hills. And so Sharon, did you want to explain really what we were trying to do in Sunny Hills?
Yes, so with Sunny Hills, we were trying to explore, how a nonprofit partnership could occur there that would assist the, the development. Of course, ultimately, it's the residents there, to have a safe place. So in connecting with both Rebuilding Together and the Sunny Hills owners, the project that was identified for the upcoming year was roof replacement at the complex. So we've been having a number of conversations, and this, because HUD does require you to have a capital project that is ready. So that's a project that was identified to be feasible, to be a partnership between Rebuilding Together and the Sunny Hills development.
Correct. And city manager, I'm not talking about this topic because I don't want to use the wrong word. So city manager you indicated that this was a way to, well, if you want, what I'm trying to get to is locking down or going towards that 30-year contract. So whatever words you want to use to describe that.
So this would be a way to extend the, Sharon, what do we refer to the contract, the HUD contract? Is there a particular name for it? Is it about the Section 8 vouchers? Is that the best way to describe it? To extend the use of the Section 8 vouchers in the 5-year increments that HUD provides.
Well, this is providing just additional assistance to the residents of this community.
I think what the council, what the vice mayor, let me explain it better. Maybe what the vice mayor is suggesting is this is new for us. We've been providing assistance in Sunny Hills through housing funds, not CDBG funds. The housing funds are very limited, and they end at some point. In fact, the commitment we have now in Sunny Hills to keep the affordability on those vouchers extends for another 2 years and so many months, I believe. At the end of that period, there's a question of renewal for another 5-year period. And in some type of, let's say, good faith work of the city in partnership with the owner to continue a partnership there with the use of CDBG funds. And this may indeed be a way to do that, through rebuilding together. And
right.
Because that is actually what's happening now. The housing funds are used for improvements on the buildings. And that provides some relief to the property owner, which then allows those rents to be at a point through the HUD program to allow it ongoing affordability. That's what I believe this discussion is revolving around. And it is a new discussion, as we just mentioned. It's not something we have in place, but it's something we just started discussing, I believe, really as late as last week. So with this introduces a new component into relief into that area that might end up being a longer term partnership through CDBG, where we would hope the CDBG program continues for years to come.
And what that does, yes, it does. And what that does is helps us answer the question to the residents, to the council, and to others as to what we're doing to allow persons that live there to know that they can count on continuing to live there, and what our commitment is and the funding stream we're looking towards. And so I just wanted to be able to describe it because that is new for us, and it's something that developed just of late. And so I just wanted to thank staff and the council member for really thinking that through and been able to do that. So we're staying with those there. Then if you go down to program administration, that really is recognition of all of the work that is coming now towards that department. It is much more work, I think, than has been there in the past, much more concentrated. And soon you will see, I believe, an effort that is going to go towards all these other kinds of things that we are asking of staff when it goes into, instead of housing being at the very end of their title, it is much more than housing. It's also delivery of services. So we can go down to the next section, which is COVID-19 requests. Okay, these are the ones now that we had looked at. These programs are needed. The kinds of services are needed. But as time went on from our meeting, what we wanted to look at is, especially when we talked about dealing with those that are houseless right now, and the whole idea about how long can we extend the rent relief program? It was, is there a way to take the sums of dollars and these ideas, bring them back and hold them with the city and say, we get the grand total and say, we'd like to still do these, but not allocate them out yet. And take a look at providing these services, but look at developing our own department or area and hire one person to actually be the one that becomes the advocate, becomes the entity within that department. And we're not describing the department, but that does these things, because we think what needed to be added to this, when you talk about the houseless, the persons actually don't have a place to live. Our sense is we need somebody that actually can coordinate that is more of and it came through on, I remember reading it from one of the citizens, a social worker, somebody that actually has the training to not only direct, but somebody that has a skill set that can do it across the if it's the county, if it's within the city itself, if it's with the school district. And the partner we see that we need to have is the school district, because they are partners with all of the students and families of the homeless that are going to the school. So our request is to take those dollars and those concepts, but assign them to the city. And that entity could be, and so we're looking to you now, is that the city itself, or is that the Economic Development Corporation, or is that this foundation you folks were looking into? Because what goes with, and I think it was Stacy that sent the email, it isn't enough to just look at homeless encampments and move them. It is really, is there a need for some type of wraparound services that we bring here from the county? Is it something that we look at for a day worker center? Is there other kinds of services that we should be providing? I know that later on today, we're going to look at how we have divided up, but we think that a social services department of some sort, or a one-person contact, is what we need to look at for the city. Now, if there's enough for more than one, so be it, but at least we've identified the tasks and you see them there. So that's my explanation of what that centerpiece is. If you go down to the last one, we've done that already for small businesses, and we see leaving that the way it is. So it's just that middle piece. And as I recall the conversation, council member, it is that we need to bring those and take a look at how we can provide those and expand the service to all those entities that we've already identified just in the last 2 city council meetings.
Thank you so much. Could I respond? I don't know. Are you done?
Am I ever done? Yes, I am done.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just don't know. I can't see myself, so I don't know if you guys could see me, but
yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. All right. So thank you so much for those for that explanation. Definitely, this has been a lot of work. So thank you so much, Mayor, for your kind words. You know, I tell people, I know both Vice Mayor and myself, there was times we were in the subcommittee meeting for up to 4 hours, and we scheduled an hour and we saw the need. And so we both juggled our busy schedules between other commitments. Definitely I was in the car, but it's a great thing to hear Sharon's name like the radio, right? It was like we had 10 minutes left and it was like, all right, I'm going to listen to Sharon and Bob and we're going to get to our next place and make sure that we allocate this money because our Milpitian families are definitely suffering during COVID-19 time. So one of the things that the Vice Mayor did mention was this middle column. So one of the things that we're asking the council is letting them know that it sounds like there's going to be 2 more allocations of funding from the federal government. So this is the first wave. It sounds like it looks like we'll probably have another 2 rounds of funding. We don't know when or how much. But I do believe that we have to allocate all of this funding all at once. So what we both would hate to see is money sitting in a budget and needs happening. And so we want to make sure we don't miss those deadlines that Sharon has talked about. But in the future, we definitely want to talk about what that social worker position could look like or whatever it is. It doesn't have.
They're trying.
Hello? Oh, sorry. So it doesn't have to be a position, as the Vice Mayor said.
I'd say probably 20 minutes. She's doing a great job.
Sorry. I can hear somebody. Okay, so definitely we want to make sure that the council understands that there is timetables that we need to allocate this funding. These are all needs and third parties that are nonprofit partners that would be able to do the work. But as we move forward, we would really want the council to think when that extra money comes in, what is it that we need? And I think that's where the Vice Mayor had said we could really make something great for Milpitas. So at this time, we would like to, I know that there was some funding that might be left over after it was allocated. I know we did not allocate, it didn't feel like we did from the last meeting, all the funding because we wanted all 5 of us to be part of the conversation. But I do want to emphasize that we have a deadline. And if we do not fulfill that deadline and allocate this sum of money to the third party, it will just sit there while we have needs in the community. So definitely that's pressing right now. But I definitely want you to know that there's more money coming. That's always a great thing, right? But we wanted to get your feedback to allocate this first wave, make sure that Sharon is able to fulfill all the paperwork that the feds are asking, and then that we give this money to the third party partners for them to do the work that is so desperately needed. We're both here. If you guys have any questions, I know it's a lot of information. It took us a while to both take it in, but we're here if you guys need us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez and Council Member Dominguez, for, again, your commitment and leadership on the CDBG subcommittee. Next up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Dominguez for going over this and balancing the allotments to these great service providers. And they're going to be helping Milpitas a whole lot. I have a question right here on, which one is it? The Milpitas Sunny Hills. I just want to make sure when, so Steve, when we give them that 200,000, does staff make sure that they get, that they give us receipts or invoices to make sure that they do spend the city's, the people's money correctly on those improvements?
Yes, that is the process we have in place today. So those monies are reimbursements essentially for expenditures on the buildings.
Okay,
that
so
are
they
worked out with staff. Yes,
and
for maintenance.
And you check for, they give you,
yes,
they turn in all the receipts and
they
all
do turn
that.
the receipts. Yes.
Okay, great. And I'm really glad that Independent Living Center is doing a great job our clients, our Milpitas residents that need help. Now, the vice mayor had brought up about the day worker program. So I brought this concept up at our last council meeting that we could potentially open something like that in Milpitas to help our homeless folks out there. And as I mentioned, we have Mountain View has one, and so does the city of San Jose. And from my understanding, the city of San Jose was the original one. So they're a great model to use. So how would we incorporate this in this CDBG funding? Do we have to wait till the next following year, or can it be done at this stage? I don't know who's going to answer. I don't know who's going to answer that.
I could start. I could try. So the subcommittee did spend quite a bit of time, as you heard, hours and multiple meetings for some time now, going through all the items. So what they're presenting to you does represent a very large, thoughtful body of work. And I think the item that you just brought up, Councilmember, just came up last week. And so that's not something that I'm aware that they discussed in any.
So can that be, what I'm asking, can that be included in today's budget for the CDBG, or does it have to?
I think what need to happen is the staff would need to research it, find a service provider that would do such work, find a facility for which the service would be provided. If you indeed wanted to have it in Milpitas, it'd have to be a physical location. There's quite a bit of work that would go into that. So I'm thinking that from your putting it on the council referral list, that's an item in the future we'll be bringing up, and it certainly could be considered through next year's CDBG program. I'm not sure that you're going to be ready at all tonight to discuss that large of an item.
Yeah, because I do like what Vice Mayor had mentioned about a social worker. We can have that social worker at working with the daycare center, and we do have redevelopment agency right next to the food pantry. So I'm thinking we can start looking into that area and possibly provide some shelter, homeless shelters there. It's a possibility. How would we go about to start making that discussion come to fruition?
I think it sounds like you have a subcommittee that deals with housing, and
how do we make it happen is what I'm asking.
Taken up by the housing subcommittee.
Okay, so we can discuss that at our next housing subcommittee, and hopefully we can move it forward. And yeah, that sounds like a good idea then. Yeah, we can't do it here, but we can do it for the following, not on this CDBG budget, right?
Correct.
Okay.
What you have tonight, we really are looking forward to an action tonight, because as you heard, there's strict timelines in which to get this money out to those that need it, and it's a large pool of services.
Right.
So, yeah, we'd like some direction tonight and action tonight.
Okay, thank you. All these are service providers are doing a great job, and I second whoever makes a motion that we approve this. Or do you want me to make the motion now?
Hold your horses.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Thank you.
I appreciate you, though. I thank you so much for your input.
Of course. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Next up with the virtual raised hand, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. See, we put so much work in it. I'm not ready for you just to go buy it yet.
Yeah.
So I want to go to the very last section one time, the CDBG for COVID. Because there again is a direct aid to the pilot rent relief program. And additional dollars we have put in there. So Sharon, if you could explain where that puts us out to on the projections that you made with regard to how many persons will be using the program, even beyond the July 28th, where that will take us to.
Yes, based on our reports last week, And this was based on the latest rate of assistance allocation, as well as the estimates from Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, who has been managing the rent relief program for the city. The estimate for this total amount of $341,000 was approximately another 4 to 6 months till November. We did not calculate the amount, but we could do that because last week the council had kept the maximum at $5,000. So we can estimate an amount, based on the calculation. But that was the kind of evaluation we did along with Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, that this could help the city with rent relief through about November timeframe.
So maybe.
We had. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, because we also had anticipated possibly a really large amount of requests at the end of the eviction moratorium.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to try to take that into consideration as well.
Okay. So I just wanted to maybe at least mention to the city manager and to the city attorney, maybe that's where I got the October date. Okay. And maybe, at least in my mind, as long as we have money, this is the money. That is why the July 28th date. So as Crystal have his ears in, the July 28th date isn't as pressing on us because we have funded rent relief and assistance through November with these dollars. So if they extend the program, the moratorium, great. But if they don't, we still have it covered through on our own through November, which gives us time when we come back to look and see what else we can do. And if we do indeed get a couple more funding streams from CDBG, we could take a look at all of these again, including the direct aid to the rent relief program. So that's that bottom section. I go back to the, is there a method, it's a question now, is there a method to have the city, and so I'm not so much questioning the dollars to the nonprofit, it's the city to become the entity that manages that. And not in the way that you would normally think we would, but in the way that an agency like the county, who gives a master contract to someone to manage multiple nonprofits for an area. I'm sorry, am I making sense at all? No, let me try it again. So there's a certain amount of flexibility one gets. So I'm sitting on the Director of Children and Family Services interviews this Friday. I'm Zooming it though, but so in there, many times the county will provide a contract to one entity to manage all of these services for one of their units. So it's not so much the government agency itself doing it, because there's more flexibility to that. They can redirect the services if it's they're looking at the homeless, if they're looking at they want to provide services to seniors, if they want to do anything they want to do within a set group or set groups, whereas government agencies take a lot more time.
Bob, can I interject? The
Sure.
first 5, we do that. The county gives first 5 so many funds. And what First Five does is we, since we have a lot of family resource centers, and they provide all the services to the community. So I see where you're going with this. I think that's an excellent idea. I don't know if we can do that. Yeah.
So that's my question, Steve and Chris. So maybe between this funding and whatever the next stream is, if you could look at that, it really is the flexibility to be able to, and instead of going through the weeks and months that we have to go through because of how we're set up, set it up in a way so that we can be much more flexible and target areas and the kinds of services we want to provide and do it in a much faster response time is all. So I leave that with you because as I look at like the some of the things that are on here, in another week, those can change. But if we're going to have an opportunity for 2 more funding streams, we're going to have another opportunity. So Chris, if you could look into that, and Steve, but I do have one major question. It's at the very bottom. And so remember I mentioned that my BA is in accounting. So I see that the 434,795 has parentheses around them. And Walter, normally that means that's negative. I just want you to tell me that it doesn't mean that here, and I'll feel better.
Good evening, Council Vice Mayor. I don't have never seen the spreadsheet before, so I can't really respond. And parentheses means negative to me as well. So I would have to defer to Sharon.
Okay, thank you, Walter. Yeah, so that column is showing the total amount of applicant requests and that it was oversubscribed. But if you look over the other columns to the left, we are all balanced based on the subcommittee recommendation, yes.
Good. So then, and so I'm thankful. Thank you, Sharon. You made me feel better. I got scared when I looked at it. That's why I'm not an accountant. So if there isn't anything else, I would like to move this item.
I second.
Okay, great, fantastic. I don't see any further raised hands. We have a motion. Let's take a look here at the agenda closely here. I know there's a host of recommendations. So
I second.
Yes, this motion would be to approve recommendations 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe that we've done 7 as needed, and this would also approve 8. Okay. All right, just for the record. Very well.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Nunez, second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor virtually, Councilmember Finn.
Aye.
I heard aye. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much, Councilmember Finn. Appreciate you. And then Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried and the recommendations have been approved for this agenda item. I want to thank all our nonprofit partners for joining us this evening. I want to thank our folks over at the Building Safety and Housing Department for their great work. And everybody that has committed to the process. I'm very happy with the discussion we've had, seeing that it is a 1.3 and some $1 million. It's a huge effort, and those on the subcommittee should be applauded. Thank you very much. All right, that's Vice Mayor Nunez and Councilmember Dominguez. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item number 2. Let's receive a report from Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz, and Associates, aka FM3, regarding public opinion polling for a 1/4 cent general sales tax measure and direct staff to return on August the 4th, 2020, with the ballot measure language for placement on the November 3rd, 2020 general election. And at this time, we'll go to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. I'm really pleased to be here this evening. to present information on polling results for a quarter-cent sales tax measure. Also joined by our consultant, Kurt Bello from FM3 to co-present this item, and our finance director, Walter Rossman, to respond to any questions council may have. Next slide, please. So just a brief agenda. I'll start out with some background. Kurt will walk you through detailed information on the polling itself, and then I'll conclude with some potential next steps as well as staff recommendations. Just wanted to note that today we are asking for direction to bring back the final ballot measure language if you choose to do so. We're not asking for council approval of the actual ballot measure for placement on the November ballot. Next slide, please. So some background on this. On May 15th, the City Council directed staff to proceed with polling for a quarter-cent general purpose sales tax measure. We selected the firm of Fairbank Maslin Metz and Associates, or FM3, to conduct this polling. And as you may recall from the several budget discussions that we had, a quarter-cent general purpose tax was discussed as a potential budget balancing strategy to preserve city services, especially in the light of the anticipated economic downturn and a decrease in city revenues due to COVID-19. As a reminder, if council does direct staff to bring this item back in August, placing the measure on the ballot will require a minimum of 4 affirmative votes from the council. And since we are considering a general purpose tax measure, not a special tax, it will require 50% plus 1 threshold for voter approval. And again, if it's approved by the voters, this measure is estimated to generate approximately 7.1 million in revenue on an annual basis. So next slide, and I will turn it over to Kurt to walk you through the results of the polling. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Ashwini. This is Kurt Bailiff from FM3. Happy to be here tonight, Mayor and members of council. We will go through this presentation. Can I go to the next slide here? All right. So before we go through the numbers in a little more detail, I just want to introduce a few key things to keep in mind as we're going through the more granular results. So the first item here is that 2/3 of respondents to the survey, we'll talk about the survey methodology in a minute, but just keep this in mind, 2/3 approve of the overall job the city is doing right now. So a nice positive finding there. The second key number to keep in mind here is that 51%, so basically half of voters we interviewed here, feel like the city has either great or some need for additional funding. This is a bit of a proxy question for support for a finance measure, and you'll notice that is right around the vote threshold for a measure. Next item here. We went through 2 different versions of a measure. We asked about, both of them were quarter-cent, both of them were general purpose measure, sales taxes, and one did not have a sunset in it, and mentioned a few infrastructure items in it. And the initial vote for that was at 60% yes. And after we went through an exchange of pro and con arguments, it fell down to 48%. And then the other one we looked at here, so next item. Next is the other one was similar structure, except that it was framed more as an emergency measure with an 8-year sunset and without some of the references to infrastructure improvements, because in 8 years is not enough to bond much against there. That started off at 64%, a few points higher, and ended up at 53% after pros and cons. There's a lot more nuance into these results, but keep in mind, voters approve of the job the city is doing. However, there isn't a real sense of urgency around the city needing additional funding. And first blush, both versions of a quarter-cent sales tax were supported by roughly 3 out of 5 voters. Move to the next slide. So the quick note about the methodology for the survey. A little over 600 interviews. We conducted them essentially just a couple of weeks ago in online and on phones, landlines and cell phones. We've done a number of these surveys for you at this point. You probably know that in English, Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese. It's helpful when you're thinking about those results to keep in mind a couple things. One, for the full sample, the full 626 interviews, the margin of sampling error is 4%, plus or minus 4. For split samples, and that was a pretty big key of the survey because we looked at the 2 different flavors of a quarter-cent sales tax, keep in mind roughly a 6% We do have some comparison points to prior surveys, and also for anyone who's a stickler about things adding up to 100% because of rounding, doesn't always add up. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the first section I'm going to go over is just where is the community right now, and how are voters, what's the lens to which they're going to be viewing this? Here's the old Gallup question, the right direction or on track. We've asked this a number of times in the city here, even going back as far as 2012. And you'll see that there was a lot more optimism about where the city is headed in 2012, and that dropped down in 2018, but has been steadily increasing over the last few times we've asked the survey. The February 2020 was a slightly different methodology in that was a community survey we recently conducted for your city. So that was a general population survey, but I think there is a trend there that's pretty undeniable, that there's a little more optimism about where the city is headed. Next slide. Here's one of the numbers I teased at the onset here, which is approval ratings for the city. Overall, 68% approve of the city's job and 57% approve of the city council. You'll notice that those darker, I'm going to call them mustard colored bars, and the darker brown bars on the ends of this graph, the strongly approve and the strongly disagree, pretty slim. Suggests that by and large, voters feel good about the city government, good about the council, but none of those opinions are particularly widely held in a strong position. Next slide, please. And we have asked about this in the past in a couple of different surveys, and basically you'll see very little changes here. All these changes are just margin of error differences here. Somewhere in the mid-50s approve of the city council, it's a slightly higher undecided number. City government overall, pretty consistently over the last couple of years, about 2/3 or so supporting the city. Next slide, please. Now, here's a question that and again, I highlighted this at the beginning because it's a key number. Do people have a feeling that there's a gut need for funding for the city here? And the scale we use is a great need, some need, a little need, or no real need. And then you can obviously say, I don't know. And we are a little more dismissive of those who say a little need because it's not necessarily correlate with support for a revenue measure. So you look at that great and some need, and you see that we've been kind of hovering, frankly, going back a long time, 8 years, in this low 50s range, with less than 1 out of 5 who feel like the city has a great need for funding. And roughly comparable numbers feel like there's no real need. So there isn't a strongly held sense that, oh, the city really needs money for X amount of services. This is part of the double-edged sword of a city that's being run well and the approval ratings are high, is that there may not be a perceived need for additional funding. And if you look at that 19% right now who really don't know one way or another, they're just not particularly aware of the budget challenges that you're facing right now. Next slide. Okay, so this is a couple slides here on problems facing our community. And we have a wide variety of them. We presented them in random order, and some of these were, not everyone heard all of them. But these, we wanted to see what are the top problems facing your community in the eyes of voters. What are they most concerned about? And we are looking again at the more intense reactions. Those darker brown bars are the percentages who feel like either one of these is either an extremely or very serious problem. We've summarized that on the right-hand side. If the person navigating the slides could click it once, we should get these little bars that pop up, little dashed lines. Someone could hit there we go. There's a little bit of tiering here. It's not perfect, but you'll see that there's 3 items where the intensity, extremely serious, got up to at least 30%, and then overall, pretty close to 2/3 thought it was either an extremely or very serious problem. 2 of them were before. Freeway congestion, housing costs. That's not surprising to see this in the top tier. That's been the case for most Bay Area cities for the last several years. But obviously at the top of the list there now we have the economic impact of the coronavirus. So there is a new top tier concern here. In that middle band, you'll see local congestion on streets, and we looked at the housing issue as, you can frame it as a problem in a few different ways. Generically, the cost of housing, you could say there's too much new housing being built, leading to this congestion. Half of voters thought that was an issue. Another half thought there was not enough affordable housing being built there as well. And then you get below that second dash line, now we're starting to get where there's not a lot of intensity. I don't want to dismiss the fact that 15% 14% of individual voters in your community think one of these is an extremely serious problem, but there's just not nearly the same level of concern there. And that's some of them, which is pertinent for a finance measure, is the third from the bottom there, the impact of the recession on the ability to maintain city services. So the fact that these economic concerns are going to have ramifications for the city, are going to reduce your budget, it's not really rising to the top of the list of concerns of voters right now. Next slide, please. And everything on this slide is seen as an extremely very serious problem by less than 2 in 5, and less than 1 in 5 feel like any of them is this problem. And you start to see those mustardy colored bars on the right-hand side get kind of big. So very few people think the condition of parks is a problem, crime in general, amount people pay in city taxes, which is relevant for considering a local finance measure, and water pollution there. Let me move on to the next slide. A number of these we have asked in the go back to the last time we conducted a voter survey where we asked about similar items roughly 2 years ago now. And you'll see that a lot of these items are very little change, plus or minus a few points. But I can't remember if there's, whoever's controlling the slots could click it once. Let me see. I might ask you to go, you go backwards. Sorry, I'm trying to remember where I have my animation here. But you'll see that a lot of the things associated with growth development have all dropped in the level of concern. Cost of housing down 9 points. Too much growth in development down 11. Non-affordable housing even down 14. Traffic congestion on local streets down 18%. So you can see a lot of these things generally associated with growth, for lack of a better organizing principle there, are seen, they're not seen as quite pressing as a problem as they were in the past. Next slide. So we did add a question or two in here about obviously the impact of COVID-19, but also a little more specifically, we asked a question in italicized language, the language that was either read or they'd read themselves. Do you feel confident and uneasy that you'll be able to meet your living expenses over the next few months? 2/3 said that they felt either at least very or somewhat confident, and about a quarter feel uneasy. So at this point in time, a pretty solid majority of local voters feel okay about their ability to make basic living expenses in the near term. It doesn't appear that that's something that, while it's a top of the list of concerns, it hasn't necessarily hit home for a majority of folks. I don't want to be dismissive of that 26%, but by and large, feel relatively comfortable be able to make basic living expenses in the near term. Next slide. Okay, I'll pause there. All right, so let's get to the ballot measures themselves. Next slide. So here's the hypothetical 75-word language that we tested here. And we didn't highlight all the differences, but the main one here is in red there, which is until ended by voters, so essentially no sunset, or having a 10, lasting for 8 years, which is an 8-year sunset. And it goes through a variety of the different big buckets of money that the general fund gets spent on. In both cases, with the exception of the one with the no sunset measure, we do mention a few different things about repairing and rehabilitating police and fire stations that we don't really mention in the no, and the one with the 8-year sunset. Next slide. And the methodology we used here is in some regards incredibly similar to what we've used in the past for you, and in some regards a little more conservative. So historically, for ballot measure in yours, we do the till 75 words, we get a reaction to that. We go through ways the money could be spent, that's the priorities list there, and then we say here are arguments from supporters, here are arguments from opponents, and we see what kind of vote movement we get. The thought being is that there won't be a resource opposition campaign necessarily, and a city like yourself couldn't engage in some level of education and communication prior to something being placed on the ballot. What we saw in the March primary, and I think some of you are probably more familiar with this than others, was a high level of a lot of them did not pass school.
Kurt, your audio is breaking up.
Audio breaking up? Okay, Sweeney, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, Kurt, we can hear you now. It's Mary Tran here. Your audio was breaking up some. I'm not sure if you moved to a different location, but we hear you now.
Okay, great. Yeah, I apologize. I'm not in a particularly great spot here for phone or Wi-Fi. So what we did is we decided to be a little more conservative here, and model a scenario where what if the negatives went first instead of the positives, and then we can look at the basically a more balanced exchange of points of view on these measures and a little more conservative point of view. Something like split roll is going to be on November. There's going to be a lot of anti-tax sentiment and ads going on that could potentially act as a de facto opposition campaign. Whether or not that has impact at the local level will remain to be seen, but we thought we would do this to be a little more conservative, but we could still look at both of these alternatives. So that's a lot of rambling. Let's get to the measures. Next slide. So the votes themselves. The version without the sunset started off at 60-33, and the version with the sunset started off at 64-27. A couple of notes here. Obviously, you want to start above the vote threshold, exceeding the margin of error. And in both cases, margin of error for these split samples is about 6%. So both of them are above that 50% vote threshold, outside of the margin of error. The other couple of things you look for is, what about the intensity of that vote? What are the definite yeses versus the definite nos? Intensity on the yes side. You can click advanced slides. You'll see on the no sunset version that there's just about even intensity there. Definitely yes, definitely no's are virtually identical. If you advance the slides one more time, you'll see that in the version without the sunset, though, there's more intensity on the yes side. So this is, again, not huge distinctions between 60 and 64, where if you start getting below the surface a little bit, you'll see there's more intensity also with that 64%, suggesting that that version is one that voters are a little comfortable with. Next slide. And we did ask an open-ended question. If you were to vote on this measure and you said yes, great, tell us why in your own words. And we took those responses and tried to categorize them. It's as much an art as a science, and some people can mention multiple different categories, so this could add up to more than 100%. But you'll see that there's not a lot of real specificity about rationales for voting yes. It's kind of generic things. Hey, services, I want to feel good. Sure, we're kind of the top bucket. But then there was some specificity about parks and the rate and public roads. But by and large, it was more sort of a high-minded, I generally want to help the city, and that's why I'm going to vote yes. Next slide. Oh, yeah, forgot to note here. Between the two versions of the measure, we didn't see an appreciable difference in the open-ended responses. So this is the no side. If you voted no, city vote no on one of these measures, why? And you're going to get, government's going to waste my money, I'm opposing taxes. Those are responses that get to anything. And we're curious if there was anything particular or unique that popped up, and it really wasn't here. In fact, even the cost of living was surprisingly low as a opposing this measure. And it may be because it's only a quarter cent, but was mostly just a feeling that anti-tax sentiment and concerns about government waste. And if you click on the slide again, there was no difference really between the two measures. There was no different set of rationales for opposing the infrastructure measure versus the one without the sunset. So, all right, advance twice. The next slide. All right, so the next set of slides here is the spending priorities. This is a long list of ways the money can be spent. In some cases, there are several items in the same bucket. Try to be a little more specific, or to try to find language that voters will respond to and actually understand. And these are all different things that could be highlighted in the hypothetical ballot language, and also provide guidance as to how voters feel like they want the city spending additional dollars here. And you'll see on this first slide a lot of different public safety versions here. Emergency response being high on the list. Fire and police protection services, and the fourth one down here, safe work environments. So one of the ways that we were looking at the police and fire stations is you could talk about the nuts and bolts of them, but you could also talk about the working conditions there. And couple items on this list here was attracting and retaining local businesses and helping businesses survive during the pandemic. So more than 2/3 of respondents thought with development things were also important. Next slide. So this is kind of in this middle tier between 50 and 57. It felt like one of these because I thought extremely very important. And we finally start getting into more specific things that aren't public safety. Senior potholes, youth services, community centers, unsafe park, repairing park equipment. They're all clearly sort of a second tier priority, but still solid majorities feel like those are at least very important ways that money could be spent. Let me go to the next slide here. I know there's a lot to digest here. This is the last slide of, and you start to see the very bottom of this, a few different things around some of the public safety, the police and public safety facility, addressing mold in fire stations, leaks in police stations. And I think this is something that may not come as a surprise to you. We've probably commented on this in the past with research for you. Oftentimes, voters or residents are more concerned with outputs than the inputs. And the 911 response is high. They really want to see emergency services, and they want police protection. And the fact that these physical structures are obviously critical to providing that is lower down their list. And that's obviously a challenge for communities like yourselves to address. We did talk about it in terms of a safe working environment that did resonate much more strongly. Go to the next slide. Now I'm going to get through some of the pro and con arguments and what was the impact of those. So let's hit the next slide. So this is the version, no sunset, and mention the police and fire stations. So remember, we started off at 60-33, and after pros and cons, collectively we fell down to 48-40. And the intensity just nudges a little bit more on the no, falls below the vote threshold. And if you advance to the next slide, you'll see here's where we pull apart the different splits. So for the mustardy colored bar there, the pros first. So that's the half sample that got the positives first and then the negatives. They pushed it up to 64% and fell down to 53%. Prior to this year, this is probably the results that we would have brought back to you. And obviously, if you come in with the critical statements, support dropped by 17 points, and supportive arguments were unable. So for this particular measure, the criticisms were particularly impactful. Next slide. Another way to look at this to judge whether something's viable or not is what's the consistency of that vote. And so 42% indicated to vote yes. They would consistently vote no each time. I keep that in mind when we compare it to the other measure. Next slide. Here's the other version of that. Still same quarter-cent sales tax, still general purpose measure, but this one had the 8-year. Start off at 64. While we do down in support, we still stay a little bit above the vote threshold, but within the margin of error. And there's more intensity on the definitely yes side at 30% versus definitely no down at 24%. Next slide, please. And here's that same slide, the positives first versus negatives first. And you'll see the positives don't really move the needle at all. In fact, support goes down a couple points. But when the negatives come in, we ended up at 56. Again, it's probably pretty similar to you if we'd done the survey a year ago. I want to look at that red line for a second. So the negatives, again, very effective here. But the positives were able to pull that back up. But they weren't quite as damaging to this they were to the version without the sunset. Next slide. We'll see our pie chart again. And we'll see that pretty similar level of consistent no and consistent yes, but fewer consistent no's, only 24% there versus 29% for the other measure, and a bigger slices of pies in that swing category at 33%. Next slide, please. So the appendix of this presentation has the actual language for these arguments, but for trying to keep this we give it through, for these arguments in favor of a measure. And we said, well, how convincing of a reason is this to support the measure? Very convincing or somewhat convincing, as displayed here. They could have also said, not convincing, I don't believe. We just didn't display that here. You'll see that there is basically all these arguments were broadly compelling to solid majorities. So in this case, if you can advance the slide once, what we try to look for is there any, advance the slide once, I don't know if you can still hear me. Great, thanks. Trying to tier this a little bit, and this is an art of science, because these differences aren't huge, and if you really dig into some of the statistical differences here, they're pretty minor, but there were 3 where we got above a third, feeling they were very convincing, and we pretty much are around that 2/3 total convincing, and it's the response times, not that much, which is only 1/4% sales tax. It's a fairly low sales tax rate compared to many other measures that other communities are considering. And also highlighting the situation that youth and senior services would face in the absence of a measure like this. If you move down,
You're breaking up.
the physical structure.
Oh, you're breaking up.
My apologies. Okay. Why don't we go to the next slide?
Okay, Kurt, can you hear? Are you there?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. You sound loud and clear right now, Lima Charlie. Why don't you backtrack about 15, 20 seconds and carry on?
Okay. Yeah, I was just noting that the argument here at the bottom of the slide, the repairs argument, holding my phone up now, was the bottom on the left. So the least compelling argument to respondents, and that was one that really focused in on the police and fire cells. Let's go to the next slide. And these are the critical arguments. So this is one thing, hey, you should vote no on this measure, you should oppose this. And these were kind of in the same range of being compelling, but there was a few more that got a little bit higher into the 40s. And I think if you hit next on the slides, you'll see another little line here come through. And there was 3 that got into the 40s in terms of something being very convincing. That's a market we use for that. Oh, that's a pretty good message. It's pretty effective. And they were the fact that the argument that developers should be contributing more because they're benefiting from this. And that states have to get paid too much, a pretty common government waste sort of argument there. But the second one is one that was distinct just for the measure that did not have a sunset. It did just go on forever. And I think that may explain why those arguments, particular arguments, to pull that particular measure. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through a couple of conclusions, and then I stop for questions at the end of my conclusions, or I think staff has a few things they have at the end of the presentation too. Let me go to the first set here. So I think the key thing here is let's look at these 2 measures and compare them. And looking at them side by side, differences aren't huge, but if you start squinting a little bit, they're consistently in one direction. First of all, the version with the sunset had a higher initial start point. Again, they were within the margins of error of each other, but that's one data point there. It also had more intensity. So again, yet another data point there for the version without with the sunset. When we went through and exchanged the pro and con arguments, one of them did about 50%, one of them did not. The yes votes were pretty similar. Votes were higher for the that not have it. Again, we saw the arguments for the version with the sunset jack up even after the negatives. And we didn't see that availability on the version with sunset. So firstly, in every one of these boxes here, we're checking the version with the sunset as being slightly more viable than the one without a sunset. Next slide. So in terms of the measure itself here, put something on the ballot number, it could be viable here. Obviously, the hope that from the community, a strong campaign would emerge. and there'd be limited opposition. Obviously, you would hope for that in all circumstances. But something here that starts off with support from 3 and 5 voters. That's a good starting point. And that's frankly the most important question in the survey. And you check out some of the leaners, it would still be above that vote. And for the version with the sunset, 8 years, the positive messaging does sort of help support it. Now, I think a couple of the things here, maybe give you a little bit of pause. It's that generically only 51% feel like there's a real sense of need there. So I think that's maybe what's holding support back a little bit. It could also be an area where you have some room for growth. There's 19% who couldn't even say one way or another whether the city needs them. And if those individuals are helped and educated and understand the city's financial needs, they may become supporters. At the same time, there's pretty effective criticisms here. And we don't need to belabor those right now. And obviously, just a ton of uncertainty about what's going to happen with the economy and just a pretty partisan electoral environment over the course of the next several months here. The version that without a sunset, if you're ending up in the back of the survey below 50% and go on with the version that actually has a sunset, it just feels like it's pretty clear from these results that one of them is what's more viable than the other here. My last slide is one more slide. All right. So maybe click a few times here and just bring those last bullets all in here. Just as a quick summary slide here, a lot of public safety items were towards the top of the spending list, but also some specific services for youth and seniors, helping low-income individuals, and specific items like pothole repairs, street repairs. You could also probably throw in repairing park equipment. We're all kind of in this sort of middle-ish tier. The repairs to the police and fire stations were down at the bottom of the list, but when framed as issues regarding the safety of those employees, were resonating much more strongly. And by and large, you've got an electorate here that likes living in the city, feels good about the direction it's headed, feels good about the way city government's functioning here. Still is concerned about a lot of the same things it was prior to 2020, housing costs and traffic, cost of living issues, but obviously looming over them all is this concern about what are the economic ramifications going to be of the coronavirus. And that gets me to the question. I'll defer to staff on whether they want to go to their section or hold now for any clarifying questions.
Mayor,
Yes.
just finish the presentation. We just have a couple of slides on next steps and then maybe open up for questions.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So if council does direct staff to bring back the final ballot measure language for placement on the November 2020 ballot, we will, sorry, I just realized my video was off. So this item will be back for your consideration on August 4th. The deadline for submitting final ballot measure language to the county's registrar of voters is August 7th, which is why we bring it back to you on August 4th. And if it is approved, only limited educational and informational outreach will be conducted thereafter. Next slide, please. And if the voters approve the measure, just a timeline for council. So generally the county registrar of voters certifies the results within 30 days, and then we bring it to council. So these are dates based on that timeline. Did want to note that in March, because of COVID, 3 additional weeks were given for the certification. So if that occurs in November as well, then we may not be able to bring it back on December 15th. And the actual sales tax increase would be implemented by April 1st, 2021, if it is approved by the voters. And next slide, please. With that, this is the staff recommendation to receive the report from FM3 and then direct staff to return on August 4th. We are recommending measure language for a $0.25 general sales tax measure with the 8-year sunset. As you saw, Kurt presented the results from both, and the one without the sunset did not seem viable. This one did seem viable with some considerations for council in terms of impact of the negative and positive arguments. So that concludes our presentation. Kurt is available for questions, as are Walter and myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashwini and Kurt. Thank you for the great presentation, and it was finely detailed. I was looking for a sunset picture at the end of it, but maybe next time. And I know Milpitas residents, we love the sunset to the west. I'm very happy that this agenda item is before us tonight. I think tonight's whole agenda is pretty awesome. Really a full-on effort to make an impact in our community from many different angles. Many know that I'm a proponent of this proposed quarter-cent sales tax. And it's been quite an interesting calendar year with everything that's been happening, and at the roots of our public service is Milpitas, of course. And, we're always looking to grow branches that will provide cover for our community. I want to share with my colleagues and our city staff and everybody viewing across town kind of where my perspective is, why we should have this proposed quarter-cent sales tax go to our voters, our Milpitas residents. I really see the impact of this potential revenue at three different levels. The first being with Milpitas longtime residents, folks that for decades and years have come to expect a certain quality of life and expectation here in town. And our city, I believe, has provided and really met those expectations. And I hope that we can continue to do so. We are at a critical juncture in our city's history with much of our infrastructure reaching its useful lifetime. And this proposed tax is proposed in mind to support our infrastructure. We've seen sewer bonds and water bonds, which I'm not going to get into too much right now, but we've made necessary decisions to ensure the safety and quality of life for our residents. And now we look to continue to provide comprehensive public service to our taxpayers. And I believe this tax proposal will really allow for us to have those resources to provide the quality of life that we seek to deliver to our residents. And the second level that I see this proposed tax benefiting our community is really over in the Milpitas metro area, or also known as the Transit Area Specific Plan. Some even look to it as New Milpitas City. And with upwards to 7,000 or so new high density units, many of them multi-family, we're going to be seeing a continued influx of residents. I know I drove through Able and Great Mall Parkway the other night, and I just looked up around the BART station. You see the VTA logo on the parking garage. You see the Touring apartments with the lights. I think the Capital 650 apartments with the lights. And it's just, kind of reminds me of just a slight bit of when I lived in New York City, and knowing that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to absorb a lot of resources. And I know that as our Milpitas metro area comes online, we really need to have the resources available to negate the possible impacts that may arise for our thousands, I would say in the tens of thousands, new residents. And also with the BART station, we're going to be seeing a lot of demand for resources as well as we receive an influx of people daily riders going forward the next several years, and not just the next 2 or 3. And a positive thing about that is we're going to receive a lot of customers, more traffic going through the Great Mall, which is really our engine for sales tax here in town, as most are accustomed to the number of shoppers there pre-COVID. And then the third way I'm looking at the sales tax, and I think why we need it as a community, is COVID. Our revenues will be affected. The clock starts July 1st. And with every day that passes beyond July 1st, our jobs will get more difficult in delivering local government and quality of life to our community that's been around for so long. And I feel that, this proposed sales tax is an opportunity to, a tremendous opportunity to address those 3 levels of Milpitas' future the way I, for one, see it. And I know our residents feel the same way. I want to thank Kurt and your team and your firm for kind of conducting the survey. I know I received 2 phone calls from friends here in town, and they called me and said, "Hey, Rich, some guy's calling me, asking me all these questions about a sales tax. Do you know what's going on?" I'm like, "Yeah, I actually do. Yeah, it's a deep story." Yeah, I can't tell you how much I do know about it, but I said, hey, my buddy Joe, I was like, "Hey, Joe, did you complete the survey?" He's like, "Yeah, I did it." And so for my buddy Joe to complete the survey, it says a lot about FM3. And so kudos to everybody at FM3. Some of my friends are not really the survey type of guys or gals. And for them to complete it, I know it was a positive experience. Something I wanted to share. I'm glad I didn't forget about that. And so I know my colleagues have varying perspectives on the benefits and maybe some of the criticisms of the sales tax, quite frankly. And I think we welcome that discussion tonight. We have the opportunity tonight to make a decision as a council that will sunset, possibly, if approved, will sunset. But I think as that sunset, if this tax gets approved, even all the way down to the voters of Milpitas, over 30,000 registered voters and families, then I think it'd be a blessed day. And when the tax does sunset, we'll know that it was a really great decision by everybody in town, and it really set a foundation block for our community in this century. And I keep saying that. But yes, it is a pivotal time, COVID or not, for us to kind of make a decision today that will impact councils for future generations. I know sometimes we look back on past councils, those that advocated for the VTA light rail to be a flyover above ground to have less impact on traffic. I think Vice Mayor Jim Lawson, you got the 237 or Calaveras overpass right across from City Hall going over Main Street and the train tracks. We can look back and thank Denny Weisgerber, Mayor Weisgerber, a lot of other decisions that past council members have made, and mayors going back all our 66 years. And, we're so thankful they made those decisions because it made our life easier. And I hope tonight we can continue this discussion. I'll have more to add if needed. I think tonight can be really a monumental night so that the residents will really appreciate our forward thinking, and also future leaders of the city can say, that we did something that really made a change for the better, and really protected and really ensured the city's well-being throughout the duration of the proposed tax and beyond its sunset. So I want to go to the virtual raised hands. I see Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just want to echo what you have stated. Milpitas is a very unique city. We've had a long history. So I've been here since the 1960s. A long history of the leadership that has had the foresight to plan, and also with Denny Weisgerber, Mayor Denny Weisgerber, and Mr. Paris, a whole bunch of other folks that when San Jose wanted to take over Milpitas, they had the will and the strength to fight them off. And I'm glad that I'm part of this committee. So our main goal here is to make sure that we take care of our city and that we support it. So I'm wholeheartedly supporting this quarter cent sales tax. And as I mentioned before, previously, a lot of folks come and buy and shop. So it's not just the Milpitas residents that are putting out the quarter cents. It's people that are coming to use our streets, our facilities in this town. And this council needs to ensure that that we sustain the quality of life in this city with our public services, the maintenance of the roads, the lights, all that stuff, all the infrastructure, our public safety, which is number one. We need to make sure that we provide to that, and we make sure that they are sustainable, to make sure that, because a lot of people move to Milpitas because our police department, it only takes them 2 minutes to get to a crime scene. They respond really quick. We are the only ones in the whole country that can say that. And we have the finest police department in the country. So I want to make sure that we all of us will campaign hard for this quarter sales tax. So I'm all for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. Next up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Fan.
Thanks. Question for Curtis. Well, first of all, thanks for doing the survey and being here with us today. So in your polling, did it make a difference in terms of
pause you real quick. I'm hearing some feedback. Just wanna acknowledge it. And Councilmember Fan, please.
Yeah. Did it make a difference? The sunset period and
oh, there's a lot of noise, background noise.
And in your questions, did you poll or did you mention a certain time frame for the sunset period?
We
pause you real quick there, Kurt. You can hear me, Kurt. I wanna highly recommend you find a suitable location so that we can hear you. We want to ensure that our Councilmember Fan and the whole group can hear you clearly.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little better, yeah. Okay, carry on. Yes, Kurt.
Did you catch that, or do you want me to repeat the question?
No, I heard everything perfectly clear. Yeah, so we did not test different sunset lengths. We just tested an 8-year sunset versus a no sunset, with our thought being we would just ask about the circumstance where there wasn't a sunset, went on in the perpetuity, and the one that was more concise, a single-digit number that was more emergency in nature.
In your polling for other ballot initiatives, did it, in your experience, has it made a difference in terms of the sunset period?
It can. I think that, the distinctions between 6, 8, and 10 tend to be pretty minor. Oftentimes, the most important fact is whether a sunset exists or not. If you start getting longer than that, it can be immaterial. And I also think it may depend upon how something's framed. If you're trying to frame something as, we have this COVID-19 emergency, and we need something to help us weather what we think is going to be a really long economic storm, having something that is somewhat shorter in nature tends to dovetail better with that narrative and that explanation. I think if you were going to try to use that same explanation and have a 20-year sunset on something, maybe there'd be a little bit of a disconnect there. And we've been doing this in our days as well and found this circumstance, the shorter sunsets, if the measure is being put forward as an emergency measure, make a little more sense.
Okay. That said, I think the difference between the sunset and no sunset, it's within the margin of error, right?
It is throughout the course of the survey, yeah. Yeah, okay. I think consistently the one with the sunset had higher returns, had higher yes votes, but their distinctions weren't dramatic until maybe you got that final vote.
Okay, I think that's really helpful. My thoughts are, since the difference is marginal in terms of support and I guess disapproval as well, but regarding a sunset versus no sunset, I think it would benefit the long-term goals of the city to deliver services, to just move forward without a sunset. And I want to defer to my colleagues for that discussion. I know that, well, I guess what's in front of us here tonight, are we taking action, staff? Or is this just a report? Because it seems that we should clarify some language, right?
Yes, Councilmember Fan, we are asking for council direction on whether you would like us to return with the final ballot measure language on August 4th for placement on the ballot. And right now we're recommending the sunset one based on recommendations from FM3, but if council wish to go a different direction, we'll bring that ballot measure language on August 4th.
Okay. In that case, then my view is we can move forward without a sunset.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Next up with the virtual raised hand, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. I like the way Councilman Fan actually asked that question. So I'm reading over the recommendation. Two things is really what I want to talk about. One is city manager is, I read the recommendation and I like to personalize everything. You're recommending a 1/4 cent general sales tax measure with an 8-year sunset clause based on the report. Is that correct?
That's correct, Vice Mayor.
Okay. So is the 8-year sunset clause the difference it made in the survey, you think it's important enough to include in there? Is that why you included it, as opposed to, I was listening to Councilman Fan go through why he thought the difference really wasn't sufficient to include it. I just was wondering why you thought it was.
What caught my attention was I agree with Councilmember Fan's observation on the overall. The differences weren't huge, but then when we got into the intensity of the decision making, it seems to point toward what is the best chance of, we have one shot, what's the best chance of getting this through. And it also, in my mind, reflects where we're heading in this recession. So although it doesn't feel or appear very difficult right now, I would remind the council, but mostly the community, that we're running on reserves. And we saw one of those questions is, are reserves important? And the answer was very much yes. Yes, but those reserves are limited and they're going to be drawn down fairly quickly. We started it with this fiscal year that we just closed out. And so we survived that because we did save. We'll be able to draw on that into this next fiscal year. But we know as the recession impacts, as the Great Mall was mentioned, the impacts on the retail sales being down, hotel sales tax being down, all the revenues that we enjoy to provide the service we have some of them are down to zero. And we can't make up for that. And we can't sustain the low level that they will likely be for a while. So I think overall, we were looking at what are the best chances of this going through and the city pulling through this and providing services that the residents do enjoy today.
The second thing I would ask is, this measure is going to be one that is, I forget the term, but it's general in nature so that we don't have to be specific as to what the dollars would go for. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in looking at it, I'm willing to support doing the development of the language and start bringing it back. I'm not sure who that is, but I wish they would turn down whatever it is that's going around in the background. So I'm not sure. I'm willing to have the staff bring back the language and such. One, my fear is that somebody else is going to take that quarter cent and we won't have the option at all. Two, I probably look towards Councilman Tran and you as persons I would look towards for that kind of analysis, because I don't have that in me. I would, though, like, if possible, to have brought back next time we meet what you see us actually spending the dollars on, so that citizens would be able to say, maybe I don't know the exact three things, but I do know the 4 or 5 most likely things they're going to spend dollars on, and if that's categories or general area, something that I could say I would support that, as opposed to wonder why we spent the dollars in that fashion. What I'm looking to do is, when I saw the items that were listed, I would generally walk away and say, okay, then that's where we're looking at putting our dollars. But I don't want to have the community say, well, why didn't you put them there? You know, if we have different plans, we should be forthright in to say this is where we see ourselves putting them. And it doesn't have to be like we're going to put them in this specific area, but we should be able to say our goals are to place them in A, B, and C, so that persons do understand what they're going to be paying those taxes and where they're going. That's what I would ask. So I thought the presentation was really good. I sort of got lost in when I got really down deep, but I knew that you and Anthony would be able to answer my questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Nunez. And next we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time And first and foremost, thank you so much for the presentation. I definitely wanted to emphasize just the recommendation. So I just want to ask for just clarity, and it's the same question that the vice mayor said. I have always been the type that if I don't see it in writing, it is really hard for me to commit to. And what I see in writing is to receive the report, but it doesn't say where this money that is received is going to. Whereas the previous recommendation, I believe that was made from the mayor, and please correct me if I'm interpreting it differently, but I believe the recommendation based on my notes was that it was for infrastructure, to build a new police department. Is that still the case, or has it changed?
And we have the language from the city manager's office. I know we were presented it last time. So Steve, I'm not sure if you can, you have that.
I don't know that I have it. I don't have the specifics. Ashwini could probably quote to it. I could say that, yeah, go ahead, Ashwini.
I just was asking them to take us to slide 17, so you can see the actual, what we asked during the polling questions for the sunset measure and no sunset, and then with the 8-year sunset. And to respond to your question, Councilmember Dominguez, the no sunset, because it was a longer time period, could be used to, basically act as debt service for infrastructure. Whereas the measure with the 8-year sunset is more for general city services. Both of them are for general city services, but the first one with no sunset on this slide, you can see, is also for infrastructure, not just police and fire, but any public infrastructure. And so these are the types of things we did ask in the polling questions, that these are the kind of things they'd be used for. Again, because it's not a specific tax, we wouldn't say it's just these things, but this is just examples of services and infrastructure that we were looking to generate revenue for.
And I could add to that too. Just if you recall, when we went through our budget hearings and our budget study session, this is where this whole item came up about potential ways to keep the city in some kind of holistic manner, which really means keep the services going. And we referred to gaps in the budget and how those can be filled without addressing those, which are really the shortfalls that we've already projected and we know they're going to deepen. So this was one of the strategies. I think we provided 4 strategies. This is one of 4. Not that any one that would solve that problem, but these would all contribute significantly together, and this was certainly one of them. So when we come back, these are the items that are before you that we'd be referring to, and there may be others. But if you tie it all together to the budget discussions, this is all very consistent. It is one entire complete piece. So this piece was missing from the budget because we needed to put this information together for you, and this is exactly what you directed us to do. So we're coming back with this now.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Ashwini, you are awesome. Thank you. I knew there was a slide in there that I overlooked. So this makes a little more sense to me. As many of you know, I always do cold calls, and my cold call results were actually very different. A lot of the people that I spoke to, they were not for taxes of any kind. Because it's really hard as a council member to ask for an increase in taxes when people don't have money. People are suffering in Milpitas right now. They are losing their jobs. Our small businesses are closing. I understand the need for infrastructure, but I still believe that, we have some buildings that are they're not too old. I think that, not saying that they don't need services, not saying that they're not important. As someone who works in a 50-year-old building, it's hard for me to ask for money when people don't have money. And so the one thing I did get from feedback from Milpitians was that they were more supportive of services. So they were not supportive of this tax for infrastructure, for staff salaries. They wanted programs. And so if I look at what programs they are concerned and which actually match up some of the results, which is, attracting and retaining local businesses, maintaining parks and recreation centers. Those are services to me because something that, criticizing is good. So I like it when people criticize me because I get to listen and there's always a difference of opinion. And lately I've been listening to understand. And one of the main things people are really frustrated with just government in general is putting money to open up new positions and not seeing that money move into services, which I understand why the positions are important. I get it. I work in public service, but I also understand the differences of opinion. And so because of those conversations, I'm really struggling to support this. With a no sunset measure, I would feel more comfortable with holding a democratic process and allowing our citizens to vote. That is what the democratic process is. Internally, personally, I don't believe that this is a time to ask for taxes, but I am not here to voice my personal opinion. I'm here to voice the collective whole of Milpitians, and the collective whole is different than my own personal perspective. But again, I'm here to represent the entire 70,000 plus people that live here. And with that, I will be supporting the measure with an 8-year sunset because it helps support services and it does have an ending date. And I will go ahead and let Milpitians use their vote and the democratic process for them to exercise their voice. And so with that, I thank you all for your time. And thank you so much, staff, for all of the work that you've been putting into this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. I want to ask Kurt, if Kurt, you're hearing me, Kurt, you still there? I know you are. If you can go to the slide, or whomever has control of the slides. The slide for the polling in regards to the probability kind of contrast or the comparison between, yeah, I think you already know. That's pretty good. So I want to thank my council members and vice mayor for the support of this item. I think it really shows a deep understanding of where we are today in 2020. And I am super fair and balanced. I want to just have a discussion point here between the sunset and the no sunset. And Kurt, you had highlighted the definitely no's, if you can do it again.
Yeah, I'm not driving, but if someone could click it twice, it would highlight.
Hey, hands free, okay, hands free. But he had highlighted earlier the definitely no's, and I think the difference between the definitely yes, which is kind of the other end of the spectrum, between the sunset is 31 to 18. That's a 13% differential. And no sunset's 25-26. And so, the margins are there, and I'm really, I really think either one is going to be successful in our community, just because we're such a small town and folks at Mills Diner or, Casa Azteca, folks do talk about Milpitas over dinner, and folks are really confident about our city's environment and atmosphere. So it's not the most difficult decision to make, in really deciding. I've heard my colleagues, kind of show, oh, there it is. Yeah, thank you. And so the kind of the spectrum of the confident yes or no's, definitely yes or no's are highlighted here. And I think we have a varying opinion on this piece here for this proposed tax measure. I don't think I've heard from Councilmember Montano. I think she, the council.
On which one I support? I support the one, thank you, Mayor. I support the one with the sunset, because most voters, they want to see an end, you know, to have a timeline. So I'm going with the sunset.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Montano, and
Sure.
and based on our conversation that we've had as a council here, I think the council's lean is more towards the sunset, and I think that it would be it would help if we went with the sunset for what Councilor Montano said and the data that were provided through FM3's research this evening. So, you know, I hope that our whole council can, you know, kind of support this as we go through it together, because it's going to be a huge difference maker in this period of time of Milpitas, especially with everything that's, you know, I think I read the director of the Center of Disease Control said today that, you know, this pandemic is a 100-year, you know, the worst public health kind of event in 100 years for our nation and the world. Yeah. And so it really shows the magnitude. And I truly appreciate Councilmember Dominguez's input as well, because we have to have always different perspectives and constructive criticism on, you know, issues like this. And so, you know, I take Councilmember Dominguez's feedback very seriously. And she brought up some good points, quite frankly, about taxing. But, you know, as we work through it, and I've heard from Councilmember Montano, yeah, we're gonna pay our part as residents and local shoppers, Trader Joe's, right? And so that's coming in. But also we have a lot of out of town customers that come here for, you know, as we said, the mall and restaurants and golf land and all these great amenities that we have in town. We have so many things to offer that sooner, I hope, than later, we're going to be able to offer again. Legoland's just sitting right there, and I got to bring up Trader Joe's again. I just have to. It's just amazing. That's going to be online hopefully soon.
Right.
And well, I'm gonna cross my fingers and pray tonight. But and then with the bar and so we're going to get a lot of revenue, quarter-cent at a time, through those means. And I think our residents will understand that as well as we head towards the fall. You know, the residents do understand that. And just like we're doing parking meters over by the BART station to collect revenue, if we're going to welcome 10 to 20,000 folks into town on a daily basis at some point, then, you know, let's do a quarter-cent there. We got commercial areas right outside the train station, and then we got our businesses that do business-to-business sales, and we're proud of that, and we're going to continue to bring in more. We got a lot of vacancies at McCarthy Ranch, actually, and hopefully someone's going to call Milpitas home soon. And so I want to now call on my colleagues, because this is a very thorough discussion. If you have your virtual raised hand up that you don't want it to be up, I just want to do a check real quick so that I can efficiently get to those that want to have a discussion. Okay, great. So I'm going to go ahead and call on the virtual hands. Councilmember Fan.
Thanks. Can we go to the slide comparing the sunset and without a sunset? Okay, so I mean, my thoughts are still the same, but I'll support, you know, whatever motion is made. Councilmember Montano mentioned that most residents would support the tax with the sunset. But the data here, 60% is also most residents. So most residents also support the tax without a sunset. So I just wanted to make a note of that. The difference is within the margin of error, in both the yeses and the nos. So it's very marginal. But that said, it's the council majority purview, and I'll go with whatever that is. And the second thing that I want to note is that it's very difficult to do accurate polling to reduce the bias. The amount of work that is needed to do that, and I want to say that I wouldn't ever question the validity or the integrity of FM3's work. They are really the best in the business, and calls it every time, like on the spot, on the money, so thank you for your work on this, and I would look forward to further research as we move forward into the election cycle.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan, for your comments. Right on. Anytime this type of item comes up, these are the comments and thorough analyses are taking place. So I appreciate you. And speaking of comments, let's go to our City Clerk Mary Lavelle for any comments on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. There are 5 comments, I believe, so I'll read those to you now. Is the time limit going to be the same as before, 2 minutes?
Yes, we'll keep it consistent.
Okay. Okay, your first comment on this item is from Jamie Schlitzbaum, 1775 Millmont Drive. As a voter in Milpitas, even though I was not polled, I can tell you that I will not vote for a general tax increase at this time when I do vote, and I will vote. A luxury tax would have been a better option at this time. General taxes are regressive and impact the poor the most, and right now people are out of work due to COVID. Now is not the time to tax people. I can guarantee you that this will not pass. I have voted for every tax increase the city has asked of taxpayers since I moved to Milpitas 10 years ago. I would not vote for this right now. It's not the time. Your next comment is from Allison McDonald. I'm concerned about the fact that sales taxes are the most regressive taxes that impact low-income, hardworking families the hardest, as a much larger portion of their income goes towards purchasing food, gas, and other necessities, which would be taxed. I am not opposed to taxes, but I hope that you will consider what kind of tax you want to enact to make up for lost revenue. Please don't do this on the backs of our hardworking, low-income residents. Please look at other alternatives, such as a tax on large employers in the city. Next comment is from Lisa Moreno. Dear Mayor Tran and Council, as we all know, COVID has put upon us tough times like we have never seen before and hope we never see again. It is not the time to impose a tax on anyone right now, as we would all like to believe the worst is behind us. Unfortunately, it is not. As we know, we are still in the first wave of COVID and have no way of knowing what the second wave will bring or when it will come. As city leaders, you know it is time that tough decisions are coming your way and most likely for years to come. The fallout is still unclear to all of us. I implore you to all think long and hard about what this tax will do to the large majority of our community. Many of us are blessed to not know what it is like to be in the shoes of the unhoused, unemployed, uninsured, and in need of the support of an entire community. We do not need upgrades to our police at this time. We have done a fine job as we are. There will come a time when we can once again fund these types of improvements, but not now. The city only conducted 600 surveys, and we have over 65,000 residents. This is not a true depiction of what our community wants. I, for one, was not a part of the survey and would definitely have expressed my concerns. Yes, we have a need for added resources for income, but for what it will be spent on, it can wait until better times. Please, please, please dig deep and remember all of those who need you to do the right thing and wait. Thank you. Next is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street. Agenda item number 2. To tighten the belt for few individuals is very difficult. The very vital cause for the additional premium asking additional 1/4 of a penny from all of us is considerably least up to affordable. It's good to put it on the November ballot. It is just fair. Thanks for the public opinion polling. Next is from Jackie Romero, Milpitas, California. Good evening, City Council and Mayor Tran. I was pleasantly surprised about the phone survey I participated in. I found it informative, detailed, and provided the perception on both sides of the issue. I personally would support this tax increase if it was to secure funds to ensure guarantee our youth community programs can continue unhindered from this recession. I would hope that this tax initiative can create safety for unessential services that our Park and Rec Department provide. The only issue is that I am informed about what happened in the past with the TOT funds, which had an advisory measure that gave the public the assumption that funds would be used for library and performing arts. In 2012, we brought that to council as a solution to save the community theater, and it was then where we had a public education from council on what and the advisory measure means. Earlier this year, several council members wanted to build a new performing arts theater if the TOT funds were used for their original intention. That was promised then. This council would have had no financial issues in building a performing arts center. Unfortunately, after our request to use TOT funds to save theater and due to 2012 budget cuts, that fund was moved into the general fund. I do not know if that is the case here, but when residents are told one thing and then council decides not to use funds for what was said during marketing of passing a tax measure, it creates distrust with our elected officials. I kindly urge you all to be clear and direct for what the funds will be used for. Also look for other tax solutions and use sales tax as a last resort. This is a request on behalf of the Milpitas Children's Theater Alliance. Jackie, co-founder, Milpitas Children's Theater Alliance. Thank you. And that's the last comment.
Thank you very much, Mary. That'll be it for the public comments. Appreciate you. I appreciate everybody tuning in and your comments. I know that they were sent in throughout the discussion, and the kind of agenda item has been able to provide the answers to some of those questions, such as where the funds purpose and direction is, and that's stated on the PowerPoint. It really is a forward thinking item tonight. Not the easiest one, but one that I certainly am confident and appreciate as we move forward into the next fiscal year and over the next few years going forward, and beyond that to 8 years potentially. I do want to acknowledge during this discussion, the impact that this will have on our residents. We can talk about the 40,000 plus a daytime population that comes into Milpitas to their employer, to spend their money at lunch, or to get gas, or go to our Safeway, or go to our mall, or happy hour, El Torito, and so forth. The folks that come into town for our 2 golf courses and spend money there, and in our businesses. But I do want to put Milpitas families first here, really, by saying we will be impacted a quarter cent. And, I know when I go to Smart and Final and spend $100 a week on groceries, I'm gonna see that quarter cent if the voters decide on it. And it's gonna be there every week. I'm gonna pay that extra quarter cent. It'll be sort of a percentage, and so I'll see it. If I go to Safeway, hopefully I got my club card. Get punch in my phone number. Maybe price will go down some, but absolutely, I'd certainly acknowledge that. But at the same time, I know that when I'm in Smart and Final, I know my vehicle will be safe in the parking lot. I know that when I pull out into Jacqueline, the roads will be better. I know that the police will probably drive by me when I'm cruising from Jacqueline when it turns over to Able. I always see a police vehicle always on Jacqueline and Milpitas Boulevard at that light. Obviously, it's by the police station. And I know our services all the way to the police station will be suitable for our folks that put on the uniform to protect us. And so I think the benefit or the cost benefit and the value of it at the end of the day is well worth it for our residents. And so it's a time where we all really have to do our part. We really do, because these potential funds will really make the difference when we have it. Even half of the projections will make a difference to ensure that we can be one of the safest cities, not just with the infrastructure, but other areas as well. Public safety, public works, engineering, they're all interrelated. We will be one of the safest cities going forward post COVID-19. And that's key, especially with everything that's going on around us, besides COVID, besides civil unrest. Let's really acknowledge some of the crime trends that have been happening prior to this year, trends that are going up. And the infrastructure that we have, those bonds that we took out, we got to pay for them. And those are huge indicators of some of the issues that we have to resolve as a council, as a city this year. We were able to save a lot of money over the last decade or so with our reserves, but we have to really take a look at how funds, how do we have funds, or what's our strategy to cover our infrastructure needs? And at 66 years of age, we're going to see, I think, some more issues that will arise. And this is certainly a forward-thinking tax proposal. So I thank the residents for their input. I do want to acknowledge it. So next with the virtual hand, I see Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So I have a question for Ashwini. Our hotel vacancy, what percentages are they down now? Because we depend on those TOT taxes, transit occupational taxes, for some of the services, and I'm wondering how much did it go down?
Councilmember Montano, it has gone down significantly in the last couple of months. I will look to Walter to kind of give you some exact numbers, but we are seeing a significant, as you saw in the budget presentations as well, significant decrease in TOT as well as sales tax over the last few months. Property taxes stayed fairly constant. Walter?
Sure, thank you, Ashwini. Good evening. Councilman Montano, Mayor and Vice Mayor, and the rest of the council. Indeed, TOT has suffered quite a bit. We've received the numbers for May, which is really the numbers for April, so that's where we have some insight. And some hotels have shut the doors, and the revenues are significantly down, but we don't know what's going to happen next year, next fiscal year. Is the travel market going to recover? Are people going to move and change the behavior back to what they were? Probably not, but to some degree, hopefully. So on sales tax, we have very little insight yet. We got some the first down payment for this current quarter, which was down, but not as significant as our consultant expected. So we still don't know what's really going to happen with our revenues. But we're monitoring them. We're bringing the council for the first quarter report in October. First quarter for the fiscal year next year. We'll give you some definite insight and tell you what's going on.
I appreciate that because it just validates how important this sales tax is, because we have so many needs, and our TOT is impacted, our sales tax are impacted. Businesses has closed or are not bringing, they themselves are not bringing in any revenue. So in order for us to sustain services, I validate this sales tax. That's why I'm supporting it. I would not support a property tax, but I will support a sales tax because you have people from all over the place coming through our city, since we are a crossroads city, and I think they would help us to stay afloat. Because I do agree. I think this COVID is going to have more impacts on our lives than we could ever imagine. And I think that as the stewards of this city, the caretakers, the leaders, I think we need to take a proactive approach and make sure that we sustain services for our city and keep our city safe. So thank you for that information. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. And I want to keep this item moving and tonight moving. We do have a couple more items. I don't see any further virtual hands. We took public comment. I want to thank each person for their really piece in this. Anytime there's a tough decision here, general sales tax, other sales taxes, I feel like the biggest decisions that we always make as a council, we make them together because they're the most, that's not just the biggest decision, but the most difficult decisions. We make them together. And so, that I feel good about. And so I want to make a motion to direct staff to return on August 4th, 2020 with the ballot measure language for a 1/4 general sales tax measure with an 8-year sunset clause for placement on the ballot for November 3rd of 2020 general election.
Second.
We got a second by Councilmember Montano. All in favor, virtual vote. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
So I listened to public comment, and Mayor, I've listened to all of you, and something that I really want to focus is that when we make decisions and difficult decisions, you said it, Mayor, we have to do it together. But I actually think we need to be respectful of what we need to listen to understand versus listen to push. And when I specifically said, I will not support this if it's for infrastructure, I heard you say infrastructure bonds that you took out have to be paid. That does not make me feel like we're listening to the Milpitas residents who have expressed their concerns. And so I am here to be the voice for everybody, but because that language is not in front of me, again, I cannot vote for something that is not part of the recommendation because it changes all the time. It has just changed in this conversation. And because it has changed, I'm voting no.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
So I'm voting yes, still with the request for the city manager to bring back some language with regard to what the monies would be spent on. So the vote is yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, for your leadership. And I think, most of the language we've seen, if 100% of it actually, those along those lines will be brought back with very much clarity for us. Thank you very much. And myself as an aye, the motion is carried and the item is approved. All right. Thank you, Kurt. If you're still there, appreciate you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Have a good rest of your night.
Oh, there you are. Okay. All right, moving on to item number 3. Let's approve and authorize city manager to execute on-call maintenance service agreements with YB Engineering and Construction, Inc. and Tucker Construction, Inc. for homeless encampment cleanup services. This is an item that we're continuing tonight. Definitely one worth the conversation here in our community. So we will look to our Director of Public Works, Tony Enda.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I'm glad to be joining you via Zoom for this item here. So I'm going to go through a presentation here to discuss this item number 3 here, which is contract services for on-call homeless encampment cleanups for the city. So currently our Fine Public Works team offers services to the city, which include cleanup of homeless encampments that we do receive complaints on, and we do receive these from the general public. As times have gotten to the way they are, and they're only increasing as they go along, we have seen a number of those complaints increase over the city. So we get quite a few more that are coming to the city. The sizes of these encampments do range from large encampments to small encampments just behind various buildings. The true danger here that we are trying to mitigate by doing this contract here is the hidden dangers with the biohazards, and that we'll be talking about as we go further into this discussion item here. We want to see finding ways of being able to mitigate this impact to our city staff that are currently doing this work. Next slide, please. So I want to walk through the various steps that are involved, because there are quite a few players involved with homeless encampments, reactive homeless encampment cleanups work that we do, all the way from the step 1 that we have here on this chart here up to step 4, which is the discussion point for the item here tonight. So we start off with staff receiving a complaint from the general public, either through our My Milpitas app or it goes directly to our police department. An assessment is then done by either our police department and including Public Works to kind of measure up and see when we can schedule to do the work. We post notices at those sites. We allow a minimum of 72 hours. Sometimes, depending on the Public Works workload, that time will go a little longer, but we do make sure that we allow for 72 hours. In that time frame, over in step 3, a couple things happen. We have homeless outreach services that do occur. Both our police department and our housing department offer services to the homeless during this time period. And Public Works only goes into those sites once the sites are vacated on step 4 there. So we will be talking in further detail about the work under step 4, but I do have a few slides just to touch on the work that happens in step 3, just for completeness of our discussion on how we react to the homeless encampment cleanups. Next slide, please. So starting off with the police department. So the police department has a team of 6 members that are part of the homeless outreach team. They proactively reach out to the homeless individuals and ensure they have immediate survival needs are met. They connect them with resources with the county, provide bus tokens to the members of the homeless community, reconnect them with their families, and also serve as a liaison to connect them with other resources, including Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. So that's the work that our police department does. And again, this is the item. This item happens in between when those notices are posted and prior to Public Works getting onto the site to do any cleanup work. Next slide, please. Then our building and safety department also provides some assistance as well. They also coordinate with the police homeless outreach team and with Public Works during this time to provide resources on a case-by-case basis. And they offer referrals to homeless individuals to our partner agencies. Some of these include the Family Supportive Housing, Life Moves Shelter Notification, and Catholic Charities. So this is the action, the work that occurs under step 3 prior to moving on to step 4, which is the work that our Public Works team does. I just wanted to give folks a sense for some of the cleanup activities that our Public Works team have had to encounter over the years. These are some recent ones that we've had to encounter. So these are homeless encampments that we had cleaned up. The one there to your left of your screen was a smaller one right there off of Abbott, which we had to clean up. And then the one here to your right of the screen was a more larger one that we had to end to clean up. So these are the items here that when we do clean up, they're more of the straightforward items where it's just pickup of the debris that's in the area. There's a lot more activities that are involved. So when I get to my when we get to the next slides, I'll talk more about some of the step-by-step process of what we do. Again, as I talked about in slide number 2, our biggest concern that we're really trying to protect here for our staff are the biohazards. So you can see there the image there to your very left. The buckets there contain human bio material, which our staff have to clean up. And unfortunately, you can see the image there to your right are needles, and those are items that our staff could become infected with if they get encountered with them. So the liability is something that we really wanted to safeguard our staff against. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give a sense for folks to understand exactly the work that's involved with homeless encampment cleanups. It's not just going out there with dump trucks and a bunch of staff members picking up the debris and items that are left behind, throwing it in the back of a truck and running away. There are steps and legal requirements that we have to go through in order to do it right. So step 1 is removal of the debris and biohazards from the site. So those have to get taken off from the site. Any items that could be considered personal properties have to be sorted through and tagged and left and kept for storage. And it allows for the homeless individuals to come back and recover those items along the way. So again, this is just hoping that gives folks a sense for the amount of hours that are involved with the work that gets done. Then any debris that we do put into our trucks have to get disposed of at our proper landfills. So we do drive those to our local landfills and get those discarded. We coordinate with our fire staff to dispose of all the hazard material and all the biohazards that we do encounter on the site. And again, we work with our police department for the transportation and storage of all the personal property that we have to keep. And finally, we have to restore the site. So if fences get torn up in the process, we have to go back then restore the site. If landscaping gets damaged, we have to go then restore the site as well. So this is just a list here of the steps that we go through and just gives folks an idea of the magnitude of work that goes into it. It's more than just going out there and picking up the debris and walking away. There's a lot more work that gets involved with it. And and just to give some folks an idea of what we have to go through. So next slide, please. So we went through this process recognizing that we are constantly pulling public works staff off of their regular duties in trees and landscape and doing debris cleanup throughout the city and repairing potholes. And we recognize that there was a need here in this for a department to get some of this work out. So in November of last year, we started drafting a scope of work to get this work contracted out. Working with our finance team, we released an RFP back in December, and we received 2 proposals, which are the proposals that you have in front of you today for approval. One from Yerba Buena Engineering Construction and the second one from Tucker Construction. We also work closely with our unions. So in May of 2020, we had a meet and confer with our union, our labor union, to discuss this work here. And we both agreed that this is important that for us to get this work contracted out to safeguard our staff. So wanted to highlight that for folks to also see there. And then in June of this year, our finance team went back again to these 2 contractors and gave them an opportunity to give us a best and final offer on their services. There were some line items in the contract that we felt that we could actually have it lowered. So our finance team worked closely with the contractors to get best and final offers, resulting in price reductions on those line items across the board. And that's what you have in front of you today for approval. Next slide, please. So what are the contract benefits? So what benefits do we get from having this contract services out? Well, first of all, we have set up in the contract the issuance of task orders. So if we do get a complaint for a homeless encampment that needs to be cleaned up, we issue a task order for each job. So each one of these contractors has an opportunity to submit a proposal for the amount of for this work. So we're always going to be getting the best price in town anytime we go to do this work. Essentially, we're having both contractors compete for the job that we're putting out. We can guarantee or assure that we're going to get our proper response in time. Like I mentioned earlier, Public Works currently squeezes in homeless encampment cleanups into their other day-to-day work. This is not work that we have on our regular schedules. So we have to put other works aside in order to get this work done. So by doing this contract services, we're guaranteed a 24 to 72 hour response from the vendor in order to get these items cleaned up. The other item here, which is great for us, is because we went out and did a 5-year contract for pricing, we have standardized rates that are going to be with us for this 5-year period of time. This is going to allow us, as the years come, to be able to predict more carefully what the cost of this service is going to be as we start to move on. A couple two items here again is our qualified contractors. We have qualified contractors in place that can assume the risk and liability of processing and disposing of the hazardous materials. Again, if you notice from the slides that I mentioned earlier, the hazardous materials is a big concern for us and for our staff, and we want to make sure we safeguard them. And last but not least, this allows us to redirect staff to do the work that they really got hired to do, which is doing things like graffiti abatement in the city, debris cleanup, and illegal dumping, and really being more proactive with those items. Next slide. What's the financial impact of doing this thing? So the financial impact as it's set up right now is 2 contracts for a not to exceed amount of $100,000 on each contract. So again, the emphasis on the not to exceed. You as council have the authority to approve whatever amounts that we want to put towards a contract in any given fiscal year. But what we did put out as part of the bid is not to exceed amount of $100,000 over 5 years. So again, these are not to exceed amounts, but however, council does have the prerogative each and every fiscal year of defining how much money gets assigned for this effort. In this first year of the contract, we are putting aside $55,000 per contract for a total of $110,000, and this is using monies from this current fiscal year that's winding down from our department budgets. If we do need more, we will take the remaining funds from our FY 2021 budgets that are coming up. But again, we are putting aside $55,000 per contract using monies left over from this fiscal year to fund this first effort. And if we need more based on the amount of complaints that come through, we'll go through and use money from our budgets to do that. Again, the funds for the remaining years of these agreements will be subject to the annual appropriation of funds. So this again, council has the full prerogative and priorities to look through the budget, look at our data for our cleanups, and make decisions on how much money gets put towards this contract every given fiscal year. And that's just what the last slide just kind of emphasizes that point. Next slide, please. So our staff recommendation, the first recommendation there is it's lengthy there. I think we saw it last week anyway, so we can I won't go through reading the entire thing. The other item there that I wanted to kind of highlight is that second item there. Since we do have this contract being put in place where it's task orders that's being issued, we want to have the flexibility for the city manager to amend the contract. So if we have one contract that seems to always do a great job for us and seem to always give us the best prices, and for some reason, some unfortunate reason, we hit that 100,000 threshold, we want the flexibility for the city manager to amend that contract without having to come back to council again. And again, it'll always only be up to the amount of money that's been appropriated by council. And with that, I'll turn it over and open it up for any questions that folks may have for me.
Thank you so much, Tony, for the presentation. I know your department and all the great folks over at Public Works are certainly interested in this item as it really pertains to their boots on the ground among the biohazards. But I do want to thank all the Public Works folks if they're tuning in. for their work and our work too together. So I want to ask a question on some steps our city can take. A lot of work we do is about solutions, resolutions, but a lot of times I like to take preventative measures or push for preventative policies. The area that you showed is a good example. I won't ask you to go back to it. It's okay. Please don't go back to that slide. You don't need to. Yeah. No, you don't need to. Yeah. We get it, but my question
I
is like,
actually think we should look at the slide, Mayor Richtran, if you don't mind,
why? Okay. Why do you want to look at the slide?
because I think it's important.
Why?
Because I think it's important. I think it would give many of us, including Milpitians, a reality of what's happening in our city.
Okay. So we've already seen the slide.
It's
Why
okay,
should we see
then.
it a second time?
Then you shouldn't have a problem with putting it on the screen.
Well, I think I'm having the discussion right now. So when it's your turn, you can request what you need.
Perfect.
Okay, so back what I was saying, I'm in contact with a lot of medium-sized businesses here in town too, and they are kind of experiencing similar issues around their businesses where they have their employees and their safety. Those employees are really paramount. And so, are we encouraging some of these industrial areas maybe to put up some kind of to secure the property to prevent things like this from happening, or even on city property? Or are we taking preventative measures? I know in San Jose, and I don't really refer to San Jose too much. I love San Jose. My mom lives there. But they had the jungle area over in Little Saigon, Vietnam town, and they ended up clearing it out. The mayor was out there years ago, and he helped folks and to clean up the area as well. And they put up a fence there. I'm familiar with that area, not just for the Vietnamese enclave, but also, I'm close to there when I go to La Raza to support the community as well. And so, are we encouraging more secure areas in town?
That's a great input there, Mr. Mayor. We haven't taken the steps yet to look into putting up different types of fencing. We've had discussions internally about what we can do, kind of looking at Caltrans, for example, all along their corridors. They're putting in different types of fencing. So we had the conversations internally about doing something similar to that. Sometimes it's a little cost prohibitive to do that. So it's still something that we're still evaluating. But I do like the discussion about looking at an overall approach to resolving the issue.
Yeah, great. And I want to include that tonight. Is kind of where I'm getting to here. I want to include that into the discussion tonight. If we can work to secure certain areas that may pose as a safety risk in our community, whether it's property owned by businesses or public property, we can prevent unsafe areas in many different ways, unsafe, and also prevent the expenditures of ones like tonight, which I believe are necessary to really ensure really the safety of our city. We saw heroin needles out there, and that's really heroin can be correlated to many other public health and public safety risk, if I may. Unfortunate to say, but yeah, if our city can work with our partners here in town to maybe secure areas that are private, possibly public, just to save lives and to prevent any type of harm to any human being. I think that's something that we as a council can look to tonight if folks do feel the same way. I looked at San Jose again. I want to say San Jose again. Mom does live there. I go there, and And I know they certainly spend a significant amount of money on homeless cleanup as well, in certain areas. And I know they worked with Union Pacific not too long ago, and I know we do have train tracks coming through town, obviously. And if we can really strengthen those relationships, I'm not sure how far we are with that, Tony, but if if we can do that, we can do that. If you're already doing it, then more kudos to you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. But yeah, I definitely want to continue to hear this item tonight because I really do care about my colleagues, and I really want to hear different vantage points. So next up with the virtual raised hand, we have Vice Mayor Nunez, and after we go through the virtual dais, we'll go to comments by the public. Vice Mayor.
So I am there, lowering my hand.
You're good.
Good, thank you. So Tony, can we go back to the slide that showed let's see, the steps, what we all did. Oh, there you go. Just that one.
Okay.
So I just have a couple of things. One, what caught my eye was that under encampment cleanup steps, that you included this one to sort of say we have a much more inclusive process when we're doing this task. And I'm assuming what you were trying to show is that we have many departments involved. Is that? Okay. But I noticed the first step started with that we receive complaints. That's what gets us started, which isn't the same thing as saying that we're out on a daily basis looking at how we can help persons that might find themselves houseless right now, that we're out looking to provide them assistance and not waiting for somebody to call in a complaint, therefore not needing to have some kind of cleanup. So I want to make sure I'm not missing something. Do you know if we have somebody in either in the police department or in housing or some department that actually is proactive? So they're out looking at different parts of the community and not waiting for a complaint?
Yeah, I will call on either someone from police or housing to answer it. But I'm going to ramble a little bit so that I can get them on, if that's okay. I did want to just highlight here that the steps that we laid out here are more the reactive work that we do, and that's really where Public Works is involved, is more the reactive. So something pops up and we got to react to it. So these are the steps that go into addressing encampment issues from a reactive standpoint. Now, the proactive standpoint that you're talking about, I'll see if maybe someone from PD or maybe someone from housing can chime in on that one, in that regard.
Tony, this is Jared from PD. Can you guys hear me? I could take on that question if you'd like.
Yes,
okay.
Please.
So the homeless outreach team that the police department has, it's funded by a grant that we received in 2018, I believe it was, and $80,000 was designated to deal with homelessness. And so we send out officers, usually on overtime basis, but we also on duty, they deal with homeless as well because they establish relationships with some of them. And what they do is they go to the highly populated areas for our homeless folks, which would usually be railroad track areas, creek beds, some of the industrial areas that have been where the businesses have left because of some of the development. They have a tendency to attract some of the homeless element over there as well. And they would really try to identify the vital needs. Do they have food? Are they able to survive in that means? Do they have the medications that they need if they have some county services, if they're supposed to be going down to VMC or whatever. So they do that assessment. They also provide hygiene kits and snacks and water to get them by temporarily. And what they also do during those conversations is try to establish what it is that those folks need. Some, they might be looking for help finding employment. Some might be looking for temporary housing. Some might be looking for, different needs. And so they assess that. And what we find with our homeless outreach team is oftentimes the services are being denied. There is one particular service that we provide that I don't know that any other police departments do is with some of this grant money, we recognize the need for some of these folks to go down to, county hospitals and out to, a lot of services are in San Jose, and go out to areas in San Jose. So we bought bus tokens. And what it does, it allows them access on VTA to get to those locations. Because that was one of the things we were hearing from the homeless community, is that they had no way to get places. And so we'll hand out those bus tokens to them free of charge, so they're able to get out there and get those things taken care of. We also work with some of our nonprofits in town. One that comes to mind is the Ismaili Cultural Center. They had donated hundreds of blankets. This was about 1.5 years ago when we first developed that relationship with the Cultural Center. And typically we'll go out and hand out those blankets that they've created. We also coordinate with Home First. We coordinate with Robert Muslam over in housing, the food pantry, Life Moves. And then also recently over the last year, I would say, we've been working with Nicole Stewart over at Milpitas Unified School District for those school homeless families. So there is a lot of things that do happen on the proactive side through the police department in trying to get them the help that they need.
Okay. So thank you for that, Jeremy. I think it's important, for me at least, that we look before complaints come in. And so I'm just trying to find out where that happens. You said that was an $80,000 grant that we got?
There was a total of 108,000. Some of it went to drug endangered children. Some went to crisis intervention training. And then the allocation for homeless was about 80,000.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So that looks like that was probably step 3. Tony, is that right?
If we kind of just cleaning things up here, just based on your comment here, it falls under step 3,
Okay.
but it falls under probably step 0 from a proactive standpoint before we even get to a step 3.
Okay. Do you know if, my assumption is if you put more money into that part, the city puts more money into that part of the proactive side, you'll need to spend less money in the cleaning up the encampment, because you're actually putting persons back on their feet, trying to find them transitional housing or some type of housing to put them into the day worker program someplace to actually get them out of where they're at and back into some type of process where they're actually either working or getting services they need, things of that sort. So I'm glad to know that we actually have something, number one. Going to that program or the contract you talked about, I saw someplace that some of the other cities surrounding us have gone to that. Do you know which cities have contracted it out and which cities haven't?
We know Santa Clara is either completed already or is close, and I know San Jose for sure has done it.
And the reasons they gave for going to it?
I think we're all concerned collectively about liability and wanting to put this in the hands of folks who are specifically trained up handling these type of items, particularly because of the biohazard, the hazard material concerns. As those have been, we've seen more of an increase in those. It's gone beyond just debris cleanup now.
Okay, so is the city attorney still there?
I'm here.
Chris? Yeah, Chris. So I remember in conversations with you, you under certain conditions you just couldn't move somebody that was houseless, just move them along. you had to take their property and store it in things with regard to like their maybe a license, social security card, things of that sort. But I remembered you talked about it being under certain circumstances and things of that sort. Can you refresh my memory?
No, I'm happy to, Councilmember Vice Mayor Nunez. So looking at what staff is doing in terms of the 4 steps, this is really the process you would use where you are dealing with people that either vacated a site or about to vacate a site. But what staff is doing is essentially a due process procedure to make sure that obviously if there is property that's there that is owned by somebody, that we post the proper notices. We hold that property for a certain amount of time so that those individuals can come back and get their personal belongings. And that's really been set out by case law over the years in terms of making sure that due process, they get the notice, they get the right to come back and get their belongings, and that we allow them that right. Separate and apart from that, you might have heard about a case that came down, I would say maybe about a year ago, out of the city of Boise. In that instance, what the ordinance or the regulation had done in that city is basically indicated that any sleeping, essentially in public, is criminalized. In other words, it's either a misdemeanor violation or a more heightened criminal violation. But at any time you are criminalizing the act of homelessness, criminalizing the act of sleeping, in public, and a city doesn't provide a number of beds that equals or is greater than the number of homeless people in that jurisdiction, what the court in that case said is that that regulation and that law is cruel and unusual punishment, and therefore it is void. And the reason really for that is that you cannot criminalize the act of sleeping in public if you don't have adequate homeless beds within your jurisdiction. And the court was pretty adamant about that decision in terms of how they essentially ruled in that case. But yes, if we had a situation where we were criminalizing the act of homelessness, then in that instance, you would need to make sure that we have adequate beds within the city that exceeds the number of homeless in the jurisdiction. But in what staff is doing here, it's not criminalizing any aspect of homelessness. It's just employing the due process protocols to make sure that homeless individuals, if they are relocated or their belongings are moved, that they have the right to get those and access their belongings within a reasonable time.
So in looking at the contract, Tony, this will be our first time formalizing, I guess, or trying to contract out this process.
That's correct.
Could you tell me why it took 6 months?
I'll blame it on what everybody blames it on COVID. We started the efforts, and then other priorities kicked in, and the COVID situation kicked in as well. And we just couldn't follow through in getting it done. But as the fiscal year started winding to a close, we wanted to make sure we got it done before we stepped into July.
So thank you for that. Thank you for that. The individuals that once we have cleaned up wherever that place is, where we have found persons that are houseless, what do we do to actually help those persons so that they just don't move someplace else within the city and are cause for us to clean that space up and or just move to another city? What are we doing so to not just perpetuate this cleanup, number one, but actually the real question is, what are we doing to help those individuals?
Yeah, and I think from a public works standpoint, by the time we arrive on the scene, the site's vacated. So we just have to lean on the work that's being done in our police department on that proactive side. And that's where that really proactive stance really comes into play, as they're working out and out in patrol and doing their work, they come in contact with people. That's really where those efforts really pay off, is making sure that they're encountering the right people and offering services. When we come into the picture from public works, we usually encounter a site that's vacant with no one out there, and we're just dealing with stuff.
I can expand on that question, Mr. Vice Mayor, if you'd like.
Pardon me?
I can expand on the answer to that question if you'd like.
Sure.
So what happens in the police department is our officers are very proactive when they post a site. Technically, it's only 24 hours meets the legal obligation, but we give an extra day. We give the 72 hours. And during that 72 hours, our officers are constantly going back to the site, trying to get in touch with the individuals. And we're very successful. For us, it's been very successful because we explain to them what's going to happen. It gives them an opportunity to get the property that's valuable to them out. And then really what gets left behind is the rubbish for the most part. And that's why Tony's talking about not coming in contact with these individuals. In those rare circumstances where we do end up having to retain property because they left personal property behind, they go to the police department and they work with our property clerks or our evidence technicians. And at that level, they're also re-offered services. Even though they were offered them before the site was cleaned up by the officer, the property clerk will also put them in contact with one of our homeless outreach team officers and try to get some buy-in from them to take us up on our offer for the homeless services. It happens very rarely that they do take us up on those recommendations or those offers, but we still try.
Okay. Thank you. Jeremy, I actually wish I could see you too. Not that I enjoy seeing you, Tony, but I'd like to see I apologize for that. So Tony, the contract is for 5 one-year, $100,000 contracts, correct?
That's correct.
And it's for 2 companies.
Correct.
And that's based on an assumption. You don't expect to spend $100,000, or go through that again for me, if you could.
Well, we honestly, Vice Mayor, we don't know. We made assumptions on the dollar amount that we want to get to based on assumptions that we'll encounter maybe 1 large encampment a year, 3 medium-sized encampments a year, maybe 5 small ones. So we put together those numbers based on the assumption that that's what we encounter. And this is based on data that we have collected over the years, plus discussions with staff in the department about what they've encountered. And we don't have all the data in the world, but we do have folks that have been in the department for many, many years, and they can kind of give us a sense for how many of these we've encountered. So that's kind of how we put together the dollar amount there. Our hope is that we don't get to that number. That's going to mean 2 good things for the city. 1, we don't spend the money. 2, we don't have a homeless issue. But we do have and that's why we have the contract set up as a not to exceed, with council having the say on how much money they fund to its program every single year. So when we come during the budget process, we can come to you and say, hey, we're seeing things look good here. We only need $20,000, or things are getting really bad, Vice Mayor. We need a bit more. And those are the kind of conversations we can have during the budget process.
Okay. So I can tell you that I know that we're going to be asking to have a housing subcommittee meeting, and this is one of our major topics, the houseless. This is actually a lot of great work already done in advance, so I thank you for that, just knowing what is. And I hope we're going to take a look at more of the pre kind of work that needs to be done. And hopefully that means less money at the other end. I need to just sort of think a little bit more, but you've answered a lot of my questions, and I'm thankful that you're able to. And Jeremy, wherever you're at, I really want to thank you for clearing up for me what we do to help those that find themselves in that condition right now, especially the kind of outreach that we're doing. And hopefully we can do more than that going forward. And so thank you very much. So those are all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And it's Captain Jared.
No, Jared, I apologize for that.
Yeah. Interesting facto. I think Captain used to be in the center stage or Rainbow Theater, right? Is it Captain? Is that true?
No, I was not, but my nieces are heavily.
That's right, your niece. I knew one of your relatives. So we love Captain here in town, deep roots. All right. Well, I want to check in with our city manager before we go to my colleagues. Steve, did you want to chime in? I know you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for your comments and that discussion, the direction you were going, because I too sit in and help staff the housing subcommittee, and we've worked very hard the past 12 months. In fact, it's been about 12 months since we started discussions on housing, affordable housing, and then moving into homelessness. And in fact, we really did think 2020 was going to be the year of us concentrating on homelessness. And then COVID hit. So I'm going to play the COVID card a bit too. That really threw staff off. So in the meantime, it didn't mean staff stopped. Staff actually got tougher. And you saw the work in the CDBG arena. And that took the entire small but mighty housing division of the building safety and housing department. So they have really spent quite a bit of time in that area, and there is some relief in those service providers that we have listed on those pages you've already reviewed. But this subcommittee also knows there's more work to be done, and staff knows that too. And as we evolve out of the CDBG really tough business that we've been doing, that work, and how much time has been put into that, I know that Sharon's group is also working with the county and looking at some of these providers. And I'll name off some because I know we've been working on some of these. I'm actually glancing at one of the recent emails where we're talking about PATH, Home First, Bill Wilson Center, Abode Services, these providers that do that very thing that was just discussed in the last 30 minutes, being on the proactive side. So we know that as we focus more on that, we'll probably be talking more about budget for that type of work and proactiveness. And I believe when we talk about 5 years of public works, we're actually going to relieve public works from some of that work. And I think that's exactly where the discussion's been going. And although I think it's smart to, and I'm certainly with staff since I'm representing staff, recommending this is our recommendation for public works, we also can realize that year after year, we don't have to fund that money. And those monies could be put toward this proactiveness as we go forward. So I see a transition there. You already heard that we have services through PD, but it's not enough. And it's not actually the model that I believe the subcommittee has been looking toward. And that's what you've heard over the past several meetings now at the council, is this subcommittee has brought these issues to the entire council to review. You've heard time and time again about social services. And is it a person, or is it a department, or is it a service provider? Or is it a nonprofit that provides a variety of things? Mm-hmm. Those are all pretty recent, and right in the midst of COVID, and right in the midst of more money coming through CDBG, which is pretty exciting. So possibly maybe even those next rounds, that's where this really gears up toward this proactiveness, where we can fund and get more help out there and maybe eradicate homelessness in Milpitas. I mean, that would be your goal. So I just want to point that out. I know everybody's wrestling with it, wrangling with it. It's not something we handle overnight. And I do believe all these issues are a multi-pronged approach. And what Public Works is bringing is just one of those pieces. But we know it's not the solution. So when we hear, hey, you think that's the solution? Nobody thinks that. If anybody's paying attention to what's going on in this city, in our organization, with the council's work and these subcommittees' work and the work of that department, and these departments, actually, 3 departments we've talked about now, building, housing, Public Works, and Police Department. They're all working toward this solution together. They're not siloed out. And some of you know that. Some of you have been out there on the sites. Your city manager has actually been out there on the sites, and so is your building and housing department director. We've been out and talked to these people and observed, and we know what's out there. And we've talked to our businesses, and they see the problems. They understand, are empathetic, but they also see dangers and other things that go with it. So this is kind of the dirty side of it, but it's not the entire story. So I think everybody that's paying attention and listening tonight in the community can see that we're not just focused and myopic on one particular part of homelessness. It's many things. And I felt I needed to say that, help Tony out, help Sharon out, help our police department out. That's all I had to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. That means a lot. And you know, you're helping everybody out, every single person in town.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, that was great, Steve. That was I really appreciate what you just said for us all. I mean, we have done a lot of the good things, but you know, when a kind of an item comes up like this, and we see a graphic, and it makes us feel like we're not doing enough, and we care so much, all of us. You know, Vice Mayor serves on the housing subcommittee, and they've done a tremendous amount of things, and they're still going. And so I know it's an emotional type of kind of touches the heart almost to see something like that, and to know that we have community members not in good places at all. But Thank you, Steve, for encouraging us. And we have done some real things for a long time. And that just shows the deep, the depth of the issue. And tonight we continue to do one thing after another. And so let's go here to back to my colleagues here. And we will have public comment after each council member has afforded the opportunity to speak. Next up, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me lower my hand. So I want to give a big shout out to Tony. Tony, this was a really good presentation. The folks that are watching, the public, I think this gives them a good idea about how the process of the cleanup and even for me, I didn't realize that our police department did so much. And I really want to commend our police department. I'm telling you, our police department is unique. I mean, there is no other police department that I know of that does this. And I'm so grateful that they're doing so much for the homeless community as well, being involved in that. I serve on the it's called Safe Clean Creeks for the water district. And when I went there last year, we went on a site visit. And that was the first time that I actually saw the process. You have a social worker, the police, they give us 24-hour notice, they post it. And then the homeless, they clean up, they don't clean up, they just take off or leave a lot of stuff there. And there is a lot of hazardous materials there that they leave. The thing that wasn't told here, though, that they even though it gets cleaned up, and a week later they come back. So imagine all the resources, all the monies and the staff time that it takes to go back and do the same thing over again. So even the water district had allocated, I don't remember how much, but they had allocated a lot of money for the cleanups, but they already ran out of money because it's a continuous problem of the cleanup. And so I like what Vice Mayor had mentioned about us looking into, doing more, providing some type of emergency homeless shelter. And I think the housing subcommittee will be looking into that and trying to find some resources and using that economic development corporation as a vehicle to get resources, to get monies in, to do more. So want to make sure, I just want to give a big shout out to Tony for just giving out this presentation and for our police department, because you guys do a lot of great things, and I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. Staff, thank you so much for this great presentation. It actually has been a very, very informational and educational opportunity. If at this time, if I could have you please move to that slide with the picture. Perfect, thank you very much. So earlier when I asked the mayor to move this slide, there was a reason why I did this. If we, again, listen to understand what our community is saying, these conversations bring uncomfortableness. This is uncomfortable, right? Looking at this, I know all of us are like, that's uncomfortable. But I want our community to see that this is happening in Milpitas. This is happening here. These are not folks who are getting bussed in from other areas. These are folks who are living paycheck for paycheck or have addictions that they need support in overcoming. So I do have a couple of questions, and it has to do with the slide. Tony, I definitely want to say first and foremost, you are an amazing staff member. And I know that you work your heart out along with your staff team and this housing department. We are incredibly proud of all of you, and I don't want our community to dismiss any of the good work. So thank you so much for the process and the step slide. I think that Vice Mayor Nunez definitely has the same process of thinking. I truly do echo that we must be more upfront because that allows us to spend less money at the end. And so these questions, I'm just going to ask just because I do have some questions, and it's not, I don't want the public to think that we haven't been doing it. It's not that. It's just informational wise. And COVID-19 has really shifted the scope of work for those who do this work. And so I'll talk a little bit about that later. How many cleanups have we had in this year? And then after Public Works comes in and does the cleanup, who's in charge of the restoring the area to look? Is that us, or if it's on the prop? You know what I mean? It's who's in charge of restoring the area to look how it would look like prior to these pictures?
Yeah, that's all Public Works. So so far this year, we've been fortunate for what's been reported. We've only had to take care of one so far. But in terms of the restorations as they go, that's we go from cradle to the grave on all this work here. So we take the site from what it is right there and the pictures you have and restore it to what it was prior to any folks getting there. So it all resides in Public Works. And that's the part I wanted to, I'm glad you brought this up, because that's the piece I wanted to kind of emphasize to folks who are looking at the dollar figure that's on here and looking at the work that staff is doing, and recognize that there's more to it than just going out there and clearing the stuff out the way. It's also the site restoration to bring the city's beautification back to the way it was before. Mm-hmm. And our staff were responsible for doing that.
Thank you very much for that information. District Attorney, Mr. Diaz, thank you so much for sharing. One emphasis I do want to make is that being homeless is not a crime. And so I am very proud that in our city, we have that mindset and we are moving in that forward thinking mentality, because it is really important for us to have the sympathy and the empathy to be able to help those who are unhoused. Tony or staff, could anyone tell me how many of those that we have identified through this homeless outreach team, how many unhoused have been housed? Do we have those numbers?
I'll lean on Captain Hernandez on that.
Thank you very much, Tony.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Captain, thank you.
I don't have the numbers. I do know that oftentimes when we offer services, they're denied or they're declined. And part of that is just, trust the homeless community with law enforcement. And so we've tried to partner with other groups in the county and to have them come out and make those connections as well. There was a study in Alameda County where it takes roughly 27 contacts before a homeless person trusts enough to seek or take your advice or your help. And so I don't have the numbers. I do know of one specific family that was some Milpitas Unified School District students, and Sharon's team helped with that one, and we got them some temporary housing. But that's the only case that I know of where some housing was provided.
Thank you very much, Captain, for that information. Captain, could I ask, when you guys go out to the sites, are you guys in civilian clothes or are you guys in sworn clothing?
No, they're typically in uniform.
Okay, thank you. The other question that I have, Captain, and I know that, again, thank you, City Attorney, for making this clear, but I definitely want folks to understand the urgency in Milpitas with this. Can an unhoused member right now, could they sleep on the sidewalk?
Councilmember Dominguez, is that a question for me or for our police staff?
I think it could be from the captain. So Captain, if you find an unhoused sleeping on one of our sidewalks, could they sleep there legally?
Yeah, my understanding is that they can. They're in a public space. Unless there's some hazard to what they're doing, we're not going to let them sleep in the roadway, obviously, because it's a danger. But Correct. If there's a public space and they're there to sleep, we'll contact them. We'll offer them resources, but there's no enforcement action taken.
So if they say no and they have a mattress in the park, or on the sidewalk, there's nothing legally that you could do in your tool belt to take them out if they're not committing a crime or if they're not posing a risk to others.
That is correct.
Thank you. And the reason that I ask these tough questions and I'm asking for the folks to look at these pictures, I've talked about this meeting about listening to understand more than trying to talk. And I'm going to do a little bit of talking and hang in there with me. I do want to thank first and foremost this council. I know that you guys have provided some sort of support. Many of you know that I am a crime prevention specialist. I do work for a law enforcement agency, and I actually do this work. So I'm the one that goes to these encampments. I'm the one that goes with an officer to ask the unhoused what is that they need and take the assessment. I'm the one, like the captain says, that get the 26 no's before they get to the yes at like 27 or ask 30. By that time, I already know their name. I know their history. I know their story. And this is the experience, not only the experience, but the certification that I carry. And this is why I'm so adamant about this. If we do not do a scope of work that is at the same time working with these cleanups, this is not going to work. I'm going to repeat that. This is not going to work. And I'm very passionate about that because in this other city that I work with, I could just do my role, and as staff does here, we go out, we help, we do everything that we can. But at the end of the day, there is a question that all of us, and I even heard it today, I've heard Councilmember Maya Esparza, Mayor Rich Tran, you talked about Little Saigon area. That area is actually known in District Lincoln. District Lincoln is one of the heaviest districts that's being impacted by this kind of pictures. Councilmember Maya Esparza has said that she needs assistance from the county, that we have exceeded as a city every possible resource, but we need to break the cycle of poverty and unhoused, and these folks being unhoused. That's it. Nothing is going to work until we get one unhoused housed. And so I want to put that for the record because I think it's really, really important that we do what we call a septic approach, which is the crime prevention through environmental design. And Rich, this is what you were talking about, putting the fences, trying to alleviate the environment and really using the environment to alleviate the crime. But I will tell you what's going to happen because that is what I'm seeing and that's what I'm working on. The unhoused will find a place and they're going to move towards the businesses. They will move towards the businesses because that's where people are at. It's where they get the panhandling money. It's where they even get resources. The restaurants are there. It's easy for them. And that's what we're already seeing in Milpitas. I want to emphasize what the captain said. We could not legally take someone off sleeping on the sidewalk and tell them to move. We can't do that. We could collect their stuff. We could put the notice, but they're just going to move. So I'm going to ask the question, do we currently have a plan that moves simultaneously in a scope of work when the cleanups are happening?
So Councilmember Dominguez, if I understand your question correctly, are you asking whether we're having another contract or some program in place?
No. So my question is in the scope of work, right? Where we see the step 1, 2, and 3. So we saw that step going, right? Mm-hmm. Anywhere in there, I know we have communication, but it sounds like there's little fallouts, right? Like the scope of work isn't complete because we don't even have the numbers of those that have been housed. And it's nobody's fault. It's just the way that it is. But I'm just wondering if that scope of work includes keeping track of people who are getting housed right now.
Well, this contract essentially does not do that. So what we're looking at here is mainly the reactive work. And I know the flavor of the conversation really that I've been picking up here is, what about the proactive work? Because if we do more proactive, and this is the same thing that happens in public works all the time where we're looking at maintenance of infrastructure, maintenance of any item, is if you do the proactive work, it cuts down the amount of reactive items that you have to do. Is there a need for us to strengthen our proactive work? Absolutely. And I think that that's a conversation that can and should be had. And it sounds like there's an appetite to have that in the Housing Commission. I think I may have missed the actual name for it. But as far as this reactive work, it's there, it's happening, and our staff are doing it. And we want to get protections for them. So the two do need to happen, but as staff, we feel this got to happen because it's currently happening. And if we get the proactive items to start to move as well, then hopefully the need for this reactive work that we're doing reduces down to zero, if at all possible. So that's kind of what I'm getting from our conversation here.
Absolutely. And I actually believe that we could be an exemplary site for this region because the numbers are still so low. The numbers are still we're still able to show. I have great faith, says Vice Mayor Van Nunez, great faith in our subcommittee that they're going to add this to the agenda. And Vice Mayor, if I may, you said something earlier that really just allowed me to think differently, right? We need to think differently. And this is your caring, empathetic and sympathetic side that I have seen. And your wish is to see the community as part of this engagement and part of this process to come up with some sort of long-term solutions for homelessness. At this time, I would just like to ask you personally and this subcommittee, if we could maybe find a way to have the community be part. And what I'm thinking is kind of what we did with the Economic Development Committee, where we did like a sub-task force, right? From that big group, we did a little group, because these are going to be hours conversations, right? When you mix it with everything. So maybe what I would like to kindly ask is if maybe we could open up 2 or 3 or 4 seats for community members to be part of, maybe like a sub-task group, that all of you could work together and that you get a commitment from the county. Because I will share, we will not move forward if we can't get a commitment from the county. And that is whatever you need us to do with that conversation. Please look for us. If I have to go and sit in front of somebody's house so they can listen to us, I will do that. Because I will tell you, as a staff member who has no stripes anywhere, I'm just a little staff member, I go do my work. The leadership that listens, they get it, right? They're like, hey, council member now in that area is asking for help. She has publicly said, I need the county to be with me. I don't want to take time, kind of going back to what you said, right? Let's take it now. So then that way it's less money in the beginning, less time, more resources, less homeless. So whatever you need me to do, please know I'm there. I definitely want to thank all of you for listening. You know, as a staff member, you go out and do the best that you can. But sometimes you don't have that authority or the leadership or the title or whatever it is to be at the table for these conversations. Vice Mayor and Councilmember Montano, you are at the table. And I am asking you and pleading you to please just ask the county for help. Just start there, because you could do all this homework. And at the end, we're going to come back to this conversation in a year because we didn't just have the courage to go there first. And Vice Mayor, I call you Bob, but that's out of respect. I have great faith in you. I know how you work, and I know you will get this done. And so whatever you need, please let us know. So with that, I do want to also emphasize that biohazard material waste is something that certified staff deal with. And so I do want to be supportive of that, because it is really, really important as they go out there to maintain their safety. I know that in the last meeting, this comes back as it's written anyways, right? It doesn't sound like it's continuous. It will come back, Tony. You have assured us of that. So I feel very comfortable with moving with the contract, with the recommendations that I have already stated and the request that I know that will be taken so kindly by the subcommittee. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing, and that is that that we will do it. All of us, this council, will do it. We all have the same passion. I have found out. We just display it differently, and so I'm looking at. You just left the city manager, and so Tony, you are right. You just happen to be the one that brought it up first from the staff. Right. But I think that we understand that though you may be at the very end of this process, but thank you for sitting there, allowing us to have this discussion around you, because we needed it. And this council, I think, has displayed, I'm now using the mayor's words, and we have the heart for this, and we are willing to deal with this. And it really started with the city manager when he made some statements with regard to that what goes before you in this process, and we just sort of fleshed the rest of it out. So thank you for taking your time on your issue. And Mayor, all I'm doing is repeating what you would have said anyway, because we really are representing the people of Milpitas. Sometimes it may take us, especially me, a little time to get there, because that's what I tend to do. But I think we have the same goal in mind. And you're right, that subcommittee is going to take everyone's help that is offered, because we're going to get there. So thank you. And I'm now going to shut up. Thank you.
No, I don't like the last part, but everything else, I love it. All right. I wanted to ask a quick question before we go to Councilmember Fan, if I may. I'm going to call on the fire chief, Brian Sherrard. Chief, you there? Great. Oh, there you are. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hey, I just want to check in, and we talk about biohazards, but I distinctly remember maybe last year off of 680, there was a brush fire. Might have been due to a homeless encampment. And when you have areas like that where people are kind of as a habitat, you know, there could be elements of fire, whether it be for cooking or heat or maybe smoking. I'm not going to get into that. But how many homeless encampment fires do we respond to here in town, or areas that are like the ones that were shown in the slide picture? Can you provide some insight there?
Well, I couldn't give you a specific number, and you know, a lot of those fires that are in those particular areas are undetermined as far as a cause, but there's obviously lots of potential that's there. You know, and as far as the biohazard waste, you know, there is quite a bit of that in those type of encampments, but we also see that inside houses and in other areas. So, you know, it becomes a hazard, and, you know, our staff are trained to look for those things and trying to avoid it to the best of their ability, but it's a constant hazard.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Just want to check in there. The hazard is the key in many forms. And Councilmember Finn.
Kudos to you, Tony. I think we need to give you a lot more credit than you actually get. You know, as staff, you kind of, for every single council meeting, every item that, you know, you're assigned to, you don't really know what to expect completely. Sometimes we can just ask you all sorts of things, and, you know, it maybe somewhat related to the item that you know, you're presenting on, but it really is a team effort, and we can't really expect any one member to of the team to be able to answer everything. But you have done a tremendous job in trying to navigate all of our thoughts, as we have many of them. So I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Dominguez mentioned in regards to the county and its services. I really think that the county is not doing their share in terms of addressing this homelessness issue. And why I say that is because a lot of the issues that are related to homelessness is mental health related. And the county runs, the health system, the county health, the county mental health system. Certainly a flawed system that needs to be improved on. And that's exactly why, we brought forward that conversation regarding Laura's Law. And why I bring this up is because a lot of the homeless folks who are good folks might not be able to make decisions that are the best decisions for themselves and pose a threat to themselves or the community around them. Not all of them, but we have to address that issue as well. And I don't think that that conversation at the county has been really expanded on enough. And so that's something that I'm hopeful that we can improve on, that relationship there. At the end of the day, this item here, it's a contract item, right? Like, it's not so much a policy item as it is a contract item. If it's regarding policy, I'd like to hear more as to, what maybe Robert would say to that, because it's a housing item. If it's related to homelessness, because this item at surface level, it's public works, it's beautification. At the surface level, it's beautification, it's cleanup. But if we want to have that in-depth conversation on housing, then let's make sure to schedule, agendize an item specific to that topic with the appropriate staff. And I think that as it relates to that, we can talk about all the things that we're doing to mitigate, to sort of deal with this issue, right? But it doesn't really address the issue unless it's housing them. So, and if you want to house them, then do a homeless shelter. That's how you house them. But that's a separate policy discussion. And that's where I want to steer this conversation towards, the differences between a contract item and a policy item. And so, it's fairly straightforward here. But I would imagine there's a public comment to be said on this. So I don't know if anybody else wants to talk, but let's head towards there. If not.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilmember Fan, for the distinction. They say it's the tip of the iceberg, so I appreciate your perspective, not just on the surface level. We will go now to public comment. Mary?
Thank you, Mayor. There are about a dozen comments for me to read to you.
Very well.
Okay, the first comment is from Ilza Duarte, 1512 Bryan Court, Milpitas. Cleaning up homeless encampments is a temporary solution to the discomfort felt by those who have a home. It will only benefit the corporations hired to do the cleaning up. The homeless will find another place in Milpitas and start a new encampment there because they have nowhere else to go. Public funds will be much better spent on helping the homeless find housing. We need to offer services for the homeless, temporary housing, job training, healthcare, etc., so that they can secure housing. This is how we address the issue of homelessness. Next comment is from Jennifer Perry, 4001 Calaveras Road. Homeless encampment cleanup services neither helps the homeless nor the city. The money is better used to provide health and sanitation services to the homeless, support affordable housing options, and address the underlying issues of homelessness. Paying so much money to further traumatize a vulnerable population through displacement and loss of possessions when the funds could be better used to provide support services is unconscionable and profits the corporation at the expense of people. Please use the funds as an investment into the overall health and well-being of this population rather than against them. Your next comment is from Yoli Garcia, 864 Founders Lane. I would like to suggest City Council postpone this item until there is a confirmed plan on how to relocate our encampment residents to a safe and sustained housing environment. I would agree to approve said agreement only if it was to clean up already vacant encampments. If this agreement is just to have vendor push out and clear out encampments, those unhoused residents should be relocated and housed. Otherwise, they will just move to another street or park. And let's be clear, most of these are Milpitas residents, not out-of-towners. But for the grace of God, we are all just one paycheck from being an unhoused Milpitas resident. Let's do the right thing by our community. Have a clear plan on how to help and resolve this issue instead of just putting a Band-Aid on it. $500,000 is a lot of money. Let's have a better look at this. Also, I believe this issue became part of the housing subcommittee. What is the update on that? Just too many community questions on this item. Thank you. Next comment is from Allison McDonald. The city of Milpitas increased the police budget by almost $2 million this year. Part of the justification was an increase in contacts with unhoused individuals to 1,000 in the coming year. Tonight, you are asked to approve up to $1 million on homeless encampment cleanup services. A 5-year contract to clean encampments will not solve the problem. Last week, one member of the council said that most homeless people don't want to be housed, but 89% of the homeless in this region are interested in permanent housing. In Silicon Valley, 62% were homeless simply because they can't afford the rent. Homelessness grows as more renters are priced out. Services for those with mental health or addiction problems are inadequate, and employers fail to pay a living wage. Those are the causes. What we are doing to prevent homelessness and to house those who are trapped on the streets with nowhere to go. No one should have to live in unsanitary encampments in the first place. The answer to homelessness is housing and services, not policing and cleaning. Please use my tax dollars wisely. Please create a temporary shelter, build affordable housing, and enact rent control and eviction protection for all renters instead of spending more funds on policing and cleanup encampments. Your next comment is from Jamie Schlitzbaum, 1775 Millmont Drive. The money spent for moving homeless people and cleaning up camps should be spent on finding a place for them to live. Solve the homeless issue rather than finding short-term solutions that will not help anyone. They don't have anywhere to go, so they will come back, and you will have to keep cleaning up the same areas over and over. It will be a never-ending process. Fix the issue. Help the people instead of putting a Band-Aid on the problem. Use the money for actual solutions instead of temporary fixes. Next is from Keith Brown, Yosemite Drive. It's appalling that Councilmember Montano would think homeless people in their right minds would choose to be homeless. There are many homeless people who have mental health issues and cannot make sound decisions for themselves. They can pose a danger to themselves and those around them. I thought you guys understood this when you supported Laura's Law. Next is from Aubrey Jimenez, 428 Dempsey Road. Why is it that Carmen Montano keep referring to the homeless community as if they are second, third class citizens? It's incredibly offensive. They are people and they matter, and the city should help them, not push the problem under the rug. Next is from Kate Leary. Please do not spend money on dislocating homeless people. It is absolutely insane that anyone would think spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on wrecking their tents is preferable to simply housing them. Please use your heart and have a little empathy. And if you can't do that, then use your brain and understand that sweeping encampments makes the problem worse and is a waste of money. Please do better. Do not allow this. Next is from Lisa Moreno. Good evening, Mayor Tran and City Council. As you are aware, our unhoused population is growing and will continue to grow due to the COVID pandemic. It is more important than ever for us to come together as a community and provide some form of housing that includes wraparound services to simply clean up after those who are ripped from the only home they knew and then do it all over again because we don't have the proper facilities and services for this community is not the answer. The amount of money that you are looking to spend can be used on services for these unfortunate individuals. Until we house and assist these individuals to get back on their feet, all we will do is clean up after them. This does no one any justice. In fact, it's inhumane to sit by and watch this matter get worse. Many that find themselves unhoused are inflicted with the unfortunate disease of addiction and alcoholism, which many times is a result of an individual not having the proper medical care. Thus, they end up self-medicating. Many of us in this community are trying to engage with the city leaders to make this happen, yet we find it hard to do, as week after week we send in our comments, only to hear them said with no emotion, and then our words and passion are lost. Please understand, our passion is strong and will continue until the right decisions are made. As leaders of this community, as leaders of this city, the community looks upon you to make those decisions that will foster a clean, safe, and healthy environment for all who live in our community. We thank you and look forward to working with you on this very critical and important matter. Next is from Charles Schletzbaum, 1775 Millmont. Why are we dealing with the homeless off on 6 police officers when this is best left to social workers? This is what people mean when they say defund the police, not get rid of police, but stop using them for things like homelessness and mental health services that they are not supposed to handle. Using the police as a hammer because you see every problem as a nail will get people harassed or even shot. Either hire officers with a degree and state certification in social work, or prioritize funding on actual homeless services. Next comment is from Tiffany Vuong. Every year, the Public Works Department spends more than 600 hours cleaning up homeless encampments. In addition, the budget document for fiscal year 2021 shows that over 500 hours of police work is projected to be spent on calls with the homeless. It is a waste of public funds to have the police sweep homeless encampments and then have contractors clean up. These sweeps do not solve anything. People will just find another place to live. Rather than allocating up to $200,000 each year, $1 million over the course of 5 years for encampment cleanups, in addition to the police wages we pay for the officers to answer to homeless calls, we could put that money towards providing trash services, safe needle disposal, and safe parking for our unhoused neighbors. These are ideas for short-term solutions that allow people to clean up after themselves better. In the long term, we really just need to house people. When I left Milpitas to attend university in another part of California, in the college town right next to campus, there was a housing complex dedicated to what is usually referred to as supportive housing. The formerly homeless people who live there are not only off the street, but they also get help finding a job, receive medical services, gain computer literacy skills, and more. We can look at humane and successful models of handling homelessness, such as what I just described, and follow their example. Please look into the Housing First framework which puts a roof over people's heads first and then helps them with other problems they may be experiencing. Thank you for considering my perspective. Next comment is from Voltaire Montemayor, 669 Penitencia Street. Agenda item number 3. The main hardship for this item to get through is the availability of funds. The encampments are eyesores. To relocate the homeless to a better and cleaner atmosphere is great health-wise. Next is from Jackie Romero, Milpitas. Dear council members and Mayor Tran, first, thank you, City Attorney Diaz. I am grateful for your due diligence in assisting Milpitas Parent Coalition to pull this item from consent last week. Council members and Mayor Tran, thank you for hearing our request and choosing to hear this presentation. Thank you, Tony, for bringing this information. We needed it. Our purpose is to advocate for our homeless community. We believe we need to provide additional resources to our homeless. I sent you all an email earlier this morning, and I pray that you read it all to the end. I kindly urge you to look at the big picture. Sunnyvale's population is 153,185, keeps encampment cleanup in-house. We are not as big as San Jose's population, 1.03 million, and Santa Clara is 129,488. Do we really need to outsource this during a recession? Only 1 encampment cleanup this year so far, 3 last year and 2 in 2018. Thank you for your consideration. Jackie Romero, co-founder, Milpitas Parent Coalition. And that's the last comment, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mary, for the public comments. That'll be it for public comments this evening. Thanks for the comments from everybody that's watching at this time of the evening. Actually, we appreciate your concerns. I think we really continue to encourage residents and community members to engage with our bodies of public servants, the Housing Subcommittee being really the one to look to here, Vice Mayor Nunez and Councilmember Montano. I know folks watching also got a whole lot of new information that I know I received some new information through the PowerPoint slides as well. It really goes to the point that Councilmember Fan brought up, that it's a multi-fold issue at the location of these areas and what's on the surface and what's below it. And that's the key. This agenda item isn't going to solve homelessness, unsheltered in our town. And at the same time, I do hear Councilmember Dominguez and the work that you do. I can really share those experiences and really sympathize with the experience of going out into the field years ago when I was a social worker for the county. Kind of oddly enough, that used to be me with the county. We talk about the county, and I was one of the frontline folks with the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program at the Lexington Clinic. But hey, I think what's overarching for me this evening for this item is the hazard. Hazard is the key, the biohazard, the needles, the heroin, the risk of one of our employees getting poked and possibly catching any type of virus is just a risk that I will never put our employees in. And there's also fire hazards. These are things that need to be addressed, absolutely. An area that is shown, like we've seen tonight, can lead to other risks, really an array of risk. And so I know other cities in the Bay Area have taken no action on these sorts of areas. We are Milpitas, and we're not going to allow for needles to be on the ground without any attention and action. I believe with all my heart our residents all across the 13.5 square miles will not really, for the most part, not 100%, but widely not tolerate the inaction of a local government to allow for heroin needles to remain on the ground. And so, yes, we need to address this issue in multiple facets. And I think we will, and I think we have. And I look forward to working with the council to continue to bring new ideas that will turn into action going forward. It is just really imperative that we really acknowledge what is happening in these sorts of areas with the hazards. I think that word really brings a true emphasis to the reason and purpose for our decision tonight as it will occur. I do want to go to my colleagues here, and we look to come to a conclusion. Vice Mayor Nunez. Now I want to remind other folks, if you have your virtual raised hand up.
Yes, I do, and I thank you for that. Yeah. So if we're ready, I do want to make a motion, since we seem to have covered this area, and I want to move to approve and authorize the city manager to execute, or could you put up the recommendation, Tony? You're muted too. There you go.
I will call on the help of our hosts to share the screen and do that. There we go.
Yeah, to move to approve and authorize the city manager to execute the on-call maintenance service agreement with Yerba Buena Engineering Construction and Tucker Construction for homeless encampment cleanup for an annual amount not to exceed $100,000 per vendor for a term through June 21st, 2025. The maximum compensation, $500,000 per vendor, subject to the annual appropriation of funds, and authorize the city manager to amend the two contracts not to exceed amounts to allocate annual appropriation depending on service availability of the funders. And one of the reasons the major reason I'm doing this, and is, Tony, you did say that you had contacted and worked the meet and confer with the union on this. Right. And me, they felt this is better for them and safer for them, then I want to be able to honor that. So thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Nunez for those recommendations. And we have a second by Councilmember Montano, all in favor virtually.
I actually have a question before the vote, if I may, Mayor.
Okay, sure, yeah. Yes,
thank you very much.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Let me go ahead and lower the hand before I forget. I understand that this is two separate conversations, and so I'm listening to what Councilmember Fan said. I know that this is two separate, but again, I believe that it's better to have it in writing than just to talk. Would it be appropriate for us to maybe do a friendly amendment to the staff recommendation and just put an extra dot on there that says that the unhoused conversation will be added to the agenda of the housing subcommittee? That way it's just in writing and our community just feels a little bit better knowing that we're going to take action.
I have faith in the subcommittee to follow through on their commitment.
Okay, so I have another question. So since we're not going to include that, could I kindly ask at this time, city manager, let me get you back. City manager, at this time, I know that there is a pending conversation with Supervisor Dave Cortese. Can you just make a commitment on record that you're going to go ahead and reach out to his office to continue the conversation, I believe, on one of his items that had to do with housing the unhoused in Milpitas?
Yes, but I'm going to ask for clarity. I say yes first because yes, I'm going to do something to that effect. Are you referring to the looking for the sites for homeless? Yes. I'm committed to all of you to see
Thank
that
you
through.
very much. And I know that conversation does have to happen before the end of August. So
Correct.
again, as the subcommittee is working with this, we do have some timelines that we may want to speak with Supervisor Dave Cortese. So thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. I feel a lot comfortable now making a vote. I appreciate the time.
Okay, back to the vote. Councilmember Finn.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. The item is approved. Thank you very much, Tony, Captain Hernandez, you both for being at the forefront of the item here, if I may, and your excellent service to our community. We thank you. Okay, moving on here. Item number 4. Receive report on proposed legislation AB 398 COVID-19 Local Government and School Recovery and Relief Act, and provide direction to staff. And we have here listed our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, as well as our assistant city manager, Ashwini Kantar.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Members of the City Council, Christopher Diaz, your city attorney, here to present item, the last item on your agenda. And I know I'm the only thing separating you from your pillow, so I will try to make this brief. But this is proposed legislation that is still working its way through Sacramento. Kansan Chu's office, Assemblymember Kansan Chu, has reached out to our management team and asked to see this move forward. They are asking for a letter of support, but the council does have options tonight. So next slide. So wanted to give you a little bit of background about Assembly Bill 398. It's actually a 2-year bill, and it started last legislative cycle. Initially started out dealing with an education code provision and modifying that provision dealing with local control and accountability plans. Obviously, like most legislation in Sacramento, it did go through some modifications. And so on May 27th of this year, Assemblymember Kansan Chu did amend the legislation to retitle it the COVID-19 Local Government and School Recovery Relief Act. Currently, the bill has been referred to the Committee on Rules, but again, the Assembly Member's Office has reached out asking the Council for a letter of support, and there is a deadline set of next Tuesday at 5 p.m. The legislation in a nutshell, and we'll get into more specifics, but what it would do, as amended on May 27th, it would impose a tax on large businesses, large private businesses, of $275 per employee for roughly 5-year duration. So from January 1st of 2021, if the legislation is passed, to the legislation to make it abundantly clear that the only types of businesses that this tax does apply to is private, for-profit, large businesses. So in other words, a private corporation that has 500 employees working or having some aspect of their work within the state of California would be taxed under this legislation of $275 per employee. The tax itself would be collected and administered by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. They are a state agency that would be responsible for adopting regulations and making sure that the tax is enforced across the board. In addition to that, the legislation does require that large businesses obviously cooperate in the enforcement of the tax. And so they are required to file quarterly returns with the department to make sure that the information about the number of employees, where those employees may be working, is all provided to the state. Next slide. Now, once that tax is collected, where does it go? Well, under the legislation, it would be deposited into the COVID-19 Local Government and School Recovery and Relief Act. The state controller would essentially allocate the money. They are allowed under the legislation to take 5% for administrative costs. But the way the legislation, or the tax rather, would be doled out, it's all dependent on where the employees that business has actually perform the most amount of their duties. So if you had a business, let's say a corporation that's located within Milpitas, and let's say all 500 employees, or greater than 500 employees rather, work within the city of Milpitas, that would mean that the distribution would go directly to Santa Clara County. Because we are the city with the business in our jurisdiction where all of the employees are doing their work, we would also get, as a city, a percentage of that tax. And then from there, it is then distributed to K-12 schools. And so to give you more specifics, in that example, 20% would go to Santa Clara County under the way the tax is laid out. 30% would go to us as the city of Milpitas. And then 50% would go to us also as the city, but then to be distributed to the K-12 schools within our jurisdiction. Next slide. So that is the legislation in a nutshell. It's not extensive. It's about a page of text, but that is the legislation in a nutshell. So for options for the council, obviously we want you to receive the report tonight, which you've done, but the next step would to provide direction to staff. Again, the assembly member is asking for a letter of support. The council has discretion to either stay neutral on this legislation and see how it works its way through Sacramento. You could also oppose this legislation. But again, the assembly member is asking for a letter of support. But I'm happy to answer any specific questions about the law within the proposed legislation. And then if there's any discussion with staff just in terms of policy objectives or whether this is a good item for the city, I would defer to our management team. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate it. We're going to go straight to the Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much. Have we actually looked at what this would mean to us fiscally at all?
So we did try to look at what businesses we have within our jurisdiction. And I would actually defer to either our assistant city manager or our finance director. I know they were quickly running the numbers and it may not be entirely on point or completely accurate, but I know they do have some numbers.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, we have been trying to look at what would be the implications for us fiscally. What's hard to find is if there's companies with a total of 500 employees, but not all in Milpitas, we don't quite have access to that data. So we've put together some information about companies based on business license tax and the number of employees within Milpitas. We have about 7 companies right now that we're aware of that have more than 500 employees within the city. But there could be others that have employees outside the city in total, and they would still be subject to it. And Walter, did you want to add anything to that?
Good evening again. So of the 7 companies which Mashween is mentioning, the total employee count which we have per our business license tax database is about 12,000. So I think the rate Chris target was $275 per employee. So that then multiplying that, that's then about $3.4 million just for these alone. How the legislation apportions the dollars for companies where we have a portion of them, we have more than 500 statewide, and a portion of them are actually housed in Milpitas. I don't understand that.
To our finance director's point, the legislation does indicate that, and I guess an example of this would be if you had a corporation with offices up and down the state of California. If a certain number of their employees are working or doing the majority of their work within Santa Clara County or within the city limits, it would all be, the tax would essentially be distributed in proportion to where those employees are doing the majority of their work. So even if you have a corporation that, again, has more than 500 employees with offices all over the state, it's difficult, I think, for our finance director and staff to basically compute the amount without knowing where all those other corporations are, where the bodies are actually doing their work. And so that's the unknown with the legislation, what the numbers would actually look like.
Okay. And just lastly, have you assessed if this bill has, as they say, legs? I mean, does it look like it's going to get favorable attention as it moves forward, or does it not have a lot of support from the committees it's going through?
That's a great question. That's something that we did not confirm, and I'm happy to look into that now. I think while you're talking and just see what the support is on the state's legislative website.
Okay. Okay.
But this is usually the time period where bills get a little more firm and start to move through the process. So at this point, if it does, I think, move out of rules, I would probably consider it to have some legs.
It just sounds to me a lot like what, and I think it was like what they tried in Cupertino with Apple and some of the, is that, but it just feels like that, where they try to put a tax on number of employees if you had them in some of those cities. And so if that's what this is, I just want to get a sort of a nod that that's really what it's patterned after is all. I don't know that we have that many, like if we don't have a Google or an Apple like that. Usually when I've seen this before, it's because you have at least one very huge employer that you know you're going to get a ton of money out of. I just don't know that to be the case. And I would wonder I would seek Alex's opinion of what impact this would have. If he's talked to the employers, see what their thoughts are on this. That just would be my question. So thank you.
Vice Mayor, looking at the legislation, it doesn't look like there's a lot of detail in terms of the analyses that the state legislature has put out in terms of support or opposition. Obviously, the bill did get amended May 27th, and so it's been about a month in its current iteration, and so that's why you're seeing the lack of support currently.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And next up here, Councilmember Finn.
Chris, does the bill count contractors?
So it applies, the tax applies to any private for-profit business within the state of California.
Well, I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Does it count contracted employees?
Good question. Not from the plain face of it, but let me take a peek and carry on with your questions.
No worries. I'm not going to be supporting this because it's going to disincentivize companies as we move towards recovery. It's going to disincentivize them from hiring more than 500 employees. I can already see the effect of it, which is going to be a lot of companies shifting towards the number right below 500, so 499, and everybody else is going to be contracted. And during this time, the last thing we need is more layoffs and furloughs. And so, in my opinion, this bill is going to be a job killer instead of a job creator. It's going to punish folks for having more employees. So that's we certainly do need the relief. We need the funding for our schools and our local communities, but this bill just doesn't address that.
And Councilmember Fan, to clarify the answer to your question, it only applies to employees, and so they would have to be on the payroll. So from my take of reading the legislation, it would not apply to any contracted bodies, essentially, that are not on the payroll.
So I just figured out the loophole for the corporations, and like that, and that's why it's very flawed, and I can't be supporting it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Next up, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Trent. Am I on? Yeah. So who would be the agency that would be overseeing the financial benefits? Would it be the cities that making sure that these businesses are paying that have over 500 people the money, or is it, how does that work?
No, it's a great question, Councilmember Montano. It's actually the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. They would be charged under the legislation with making sure businesses are complying. From there, once the tax is actually collected, the state controller would then provide that money to the counties, the cities, and then under the legislation, once the money is given to the counties and the cities, from my understanding, or the cities rather, do have some role potentially with the county in making sure that the K-12 school districts get the funding after the county and the cities essentially take their cut.
And so, yeah, that's the key word when somebody gets their cut. because nobody does anything for free. So, and I also agree with Councilmember Fan. I think it's a job killer. And then especially with the COVID, we're trying to create as many jobs as possible. So I'm not going to approve this as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. So I've been following AB 388, and it's currently stuck at the Senate. So it has not been heard by any of the committees, although it did pass the State Assembly. I don't think it's going to be heard by the deadline. And I also believe that there is the loophole that unfortunately does not produce jobs. And I do believe it's going to hurt members of our community more than it's going to help, because people are going to move into contracting services and they're going to stay right below the threshold. It is a little unclear in some of the findings in the declarations that the Assembly member has communicated out to the different cities. If you look at the fact sheet, it doesn't really define some of the long-term goals with this. And so the analysis, I would say, is a little poor. So that is why I am not going to be supporting this. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, great. Well, it doesn't look like there's support for this tonight, so we'll just let this one pass by, huh?
Thank you, Mayor. We'll just, we will not put out any opposition or support letter. We'll just remain neutral based on the council's direction.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Chris. Well, hey, that leads us to the consent. Everything on the consent calendar was approved. I want to take a moment to say how proud I am tonight of our council's work. COVID-19 pandemic or not, I really felt and feel and will feel tomorrow that we are performing at a very high level in terms of accomplishing our agenda items and preparing ourselves for the future and beyond. I want to thank everybody that is a participant tonight. It looks like we got 23 total. Extra shout out to Mary Lavelle for the public comments. It is a key piece of our transparency. Yeah, you're welcome. Appreciate you.
There are two comments for the very last item you just
Oh, is
spoke
there?
about.
Okay.
I don't know if you want those at this time or not.
No, we'll take it. We'll take it. It's meant to be. Okay.
Okay, you have two comments on the item on the legislation. The
These
first
are these are our great residents right here. Let's see.
Allison McDonald wrote, "I hope you will support this legislation to help out our schools." And Voltaire Montemayor, Penitencia Street wrote, "Any funds or help for education focus, and especially for School Recovery and Relief Act, is a treasure. I admire and thanks the institutions of having 500 employees." That's it.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. And see, that's why I thank you in advance. And thank you again for your hard work with the public comments and going through all of the emails and such. Let's see here. I'm going to do a shout out to Walter, Sharon, Jane, Mr. Erickson. It says our ERO Francine. Is she still on? No, I'm not sure about that one. But if you are, thank you. Fire Chief Sherrard, Liz, Ned, Tony, and Renee. Thank you. Ashwini and Steve and Chris. Thank you everybody for being on the call tonight. I just want to say one more time, kind of out of order, but I'm really proud of our council tonight for the direction that we're going, especially with these items. These are certainly items to be proud of in our community and things that folks really do appreciate quite sincerely. And so tonight I want to end this meeting with a moment of peace for our community in light of events and particular events. I just want to take a moment of peace for everybody and just a moment to think about what we can do to get through some of the most challenging events in Milpitas. And so I just want to take a moment for peace. Okay, thank you, everybody. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.